is Thursday, December 18th, 2025. Happy holidays. The time now is 9:08 in the morning. Board Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Ahuna.
Yo.
Trustee Akaka. Yo. Trustee Akina.
Aloha mai kako.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galutaria is excused. Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Yep.
And Chair.
Yeah, Trustee Galataria should be with us.
Trustee Waihe is online. Oh. Trustee Galutaria is online.
Yeah.
Trustee Waihe.
Oh, yep, he's recorded. Trustee Galataria affirmatively.
And okay, I got him.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. And Chair Kahele.
Aye.
We have 8 trustees. You have quorum.
Okay, this meeting can be viewed via live stream on OHA's website at www.oha.org/livestream and also on Olelo TV channel 49. For those joining us on Zoom to testify or listen, please note that we're using the webinar platform rather than the standard Zoom meeting format. As an attendee, you will be able to watch and listen to the proceedings, and if you wish to testify on a specific agenda item, please follow these steps. 1, raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak. 2, will change your status from attendee to panelist when it is your turn. This may take a few seconds, so we appreciate your patience. As a panelist, you will have the option to turn on your camera and unmute yourself to provide testimony. And once you have finished testifying, please mute yourself, and you will be returned to attendee status. Also, like to inform everyone to silence your cell phones, if able. And first and foremost, I'd like to call upon the administration and our Chief Operations Officer, Keishan Kikina, to introduce any administration that are in attendance today.
Mahalo nui, Chair. Aloha kakaiaka kako. Aloha trustees. This morning, our administration team is supported by our interim administrator and chief executive officer, Summer Silva, our investment director and interim CFO, Ryan Lee, our general counsel, Everett Ota, our senior director of strategy and implementation, Elena Fardin, our interim director of land assets, Lori Walker, our director of communication, Bill Brennan, our IT systems engineer and administrators, Arlene Aguinaldo, and our contract RM financial assets, Wayne Tomita. Mahalo.
Okay, thanks, Keishan. And here with the board, we have our trustees, as well as our board secretary, Lehua Itokazu. We have our interim chief of staff, Alina Young. We have Kapona Kiakona, our board counsel, as well as several other trustee aides and secretaries that are here to support our trustees today. We have a very robust agenda, trustees, for the last meeting of the Board of Trustees for 2025. And so appreciate your attendance and your patience and your attention for all the different things we have on today's agenda so we can get the business done for our Lahui. What I would like to do is, before we go to the approval of minutes, I'd like to take the agenda out of order with unanimous consent, because we do have the CEO and executive director of the Hawaiian Council here with his chief of staff to give us, along with our chief operations officer, an ʻIola update. And so if with your approval, unanimous consent, we're going to take that out of agenda. We're going to go right to status of OHA activities. Okay, seeing that is in the affirmative, I'd like to now recognize Keishan Kikina and the administration for a update on ʻIola.
Mahalo nui, Chair. And as you stated, I would like to call the Chief Executive Officer of Hawaiian Council, Kuhio Lewis, to the table.
Welcome, Kuhio. Thanks for joining us. Coming in on a rainy Thursday.
Yeah, good morning, trustees. Happy holidays. Thank you for having me. It's been just over a month since we launched the program, and I wanted to come and provide an update to you and provide some feedback on maybe some recommendations on how we can enhance the program. So very excited to be here. The Hawaiian Council has been working hard to make adjustments on our end. I believe combined we have just under 20 staff that are directly or indirectly working this program every day. We have successfully distributed, as of this morning, $1,523,000 in aid to beneficiaries. Our queue of those waiting has shrunk tremendously, so there's not much yet in the queue. But there are some areas of improvement that I wanted to suggest to the board. The furloughed worker program, which is one of two programs. So if the board would recall, you approved two areas. One is to support federal workers that were impacted by the shutdown. We were providing them a $1,500, $1,200 stipend or check to support them. And the other was to provide $350 to those that are on SNAP benefits without dependents. So we have exceeded what is allowable in the contract, which is awarding up to 1,000 federal workers. So we're at a cap right now. We're at a standstill. So we've awarded that, and there are actually 247 applicants that we have determined to be eligible that are in our holding queue that we have not distributed checks to. So one adjustment is to consider allocating more resources to support those that have been approved for that first tranche, which is the Federal Workers Program. All of the numbers that was put into the contract was based on projections. It was based on certain scenarios that were available to us at the time. And so those numbers we knew could go up or down. So there are eligible people beyond the 1,000. And so one recommendation is to ask the board to consider allocating more money towards the Federal Worker Program so we can wrap that side up. With regard to the SNAP program, it's been a little slower. And the purpose and the reason that we can determine is they're harder to reach populations. A lot of them are having housing situations, there's mental health issues. And so they're not as easy to get a hold of or to work with. And so we are working with service providers like IHS to get to those applicants, but it is a much more robust type of outreach that's required to reach that population. We have approved, I believe, 880 as of this morning, but there's still a lot more out there. They just haven't applied, and so it's going to take more outreach. And last time I was at the board, I had committed to working alongside OHA to get out to our communities. We've gone to every island to do outreach. We've had some standalone campaigns to raise awareness about the program. We are running targeted digital ads. You might see them pop up. If you're Native Hawaiian, you're searching for aid, you're going to be followed for a little bit using our digital campaigns. We're also working with Foodland, and on the days in which the SNAP benefits go into people's accounts, we'll be outside those Foodlands targeting those populations like Nānākuli to raise awareness about the program. So we're doing a lot to get out there. We know that the SNAP side is going to require a little bit more support. And so my team is adjusting as we go. But the two recommendations that I would like to ask the board to consider is to allocate more resources to close up the federal worker side of the program. It is slowing. There's less applications coming in, but there are some that do qualify that there's just no allocation available to support them. So that's recommendation one. The other is with regard to the SNAP program, if the trustees would like to consider, at the time you had determined that you wanted to focus on those without dependents. And there are a lot of families out there that have dependents that are still struggling. So if you wanted to broaden the criteria to allow for families, your money would go a lot faster to help families during this time. So those are my recommendations. That's a quick update. Happy to answer questions of the board.
Trustees, questions? Trustee Kako.
Not a question, more a mahalo and sa mana'o. Thank you so much for giving us this update so that we are aware of how it's going, the progress thus far. What I would like to ask is from the Office Foreign Affairs side as well as the CNHA side, when it comes to our social media and how we're putting out the content of that this is available, if it can be where logos are more prominent and visible from the Office Foreign Affairs side, as when you look on it, whether it's on Facebook or other, OHA in blue versus the rest of the font in white, it's not as visible when it's being shown. And if it can be made very clear that this funding is truly provided by OHA, so provided by OHA, and that it is contracted by or managed by the Hawaiian Council.
Sure. I'll take another look at how we're marketing it. That was something that I did tell our team is this is an OHA program. I know the website, if they click on that link, it'll take them to a website that is branded, but I should take a look at what the ads itself look like.
I mean, this is just an example that where you see that OHA is in blue and
Got it. Okay.
the white
Iki.
can be seen, but the OHA logo in blue and green is very hard to see.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Can do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have thank you for that comment, Trustee Kako. We have a recent a screenshot image of that digital campaign. Well, I know there's some other questions, so I'm gonna have them throw that up so we can have our trustees look at that. Trustees, questions for Kuhio? Trustee Alapo.
Hi.
There isn't. It was, well, there is in the there's a contractual end date, which I believe gives us to the end of the year, or was it? When? Yeah, I'm not sure, but I believe, do you remember? End of the year, not this year, then next year. But the hope was to get this out very quickly. So we still have to the end of the year, but I'm hoping we can deploy these funds rather quick so aid can get out, and people can see OHA is touching families during times of need. That's our goal.
So we're not necessarily, are we advertising, letting people know? Is it like all over social media, news, that kind of
It
stuff?
is. It's more of a targeted digital campaign. So it's not broad. It's not, because we want to focus on Native Hawaiians. And so we're running anybody that identifies as Native Hawaiian seeking assistance or aid that falls in the AMI class would likely be seeing the ads. So it's a very targeted type of campaign. That is coming out of the administrative side of the contract too. That's not coming out of the program funds. So that's our side of the house is running that. But we're always looking at ways to enhance it. We send email blasts. We have almost 90,000 Native Hawaiians in our registry that have been getting updates on ʻIola. It's just the demographic that we're targeting is so specific that you kind of want to run digital ads rather than just throw money out there.
Trustee Kino?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kuhio, for the great work of the council. What measures do you have in place to ensure that funds are going to qualified beneficiaries?
Thank you. So we do use Salesforce as our primary intake system. We have trained staff. They are coming off of other federal programs to provide rental and other assistance. So they're trained to look at criteria to ensure that the applicants are who they are and that they're turning in. I'm sure there's going to be some that are going to find some way to trick us, but I think we have a good trained eye. Salesforce also integrates AI to help us as well. So we have the right tools. It was a huge investment of ours a couple of years ago to utilize that software. There are multiple layers that it's not where one person is making the approval call. It goes through layers of approvals before it actually gets to distribution.
Well, thank you. I assume you're going to have a post audit.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are right now, we are transferring some files to OHA as they request for spot checks. So there's some checks and balances there too.
Well, appreciate that. And just one last thing. In the flurry of response to the need during the federal shutdown, many agencies and nonprofits got involved in servicing the same client group.
Mhm.
Are you seeing that there's duplication, or do you have any way of mitigating or changing the distribution based on that?
Well, the program was designed to eliminate duplication. So we targeted populations that the state wasn't targeting. So the state governor was looking at supporting those with dependents. So this program was designed to support those without dependents, for example. There was no other program that was giving direct support to federal workers that were impacted. So I think there was a lot of research that went on OHA's side before they issued the RFP to try and eliminate any kind of duplication of service. There probably are. Some of them are probably getting other aid, but we're trying to minimize it. And yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I add a couple statements? Yeah. Just wanted to clarify for the contract end, that's going to be the end of the fiscal year 2026. And then to Trustee Alapa's question, the Hawaiian Council is taking a very targeted approach, and then we're also supplementing with some general approaches as well. So even today, we will be on Hawaii News Now to speak about the program.
Thanks, Keisha. Before recognizing Trustee Ahuna. So trustees, this is an example of a digital ad that the Hawaiian Council had run. If you can go back to the previous image, this appeared on the Hill, which is a national, largely U.S. Congress, Washington, D.C. Focused website. And this was at about 5 o'clock in the morning that I happened to be on. looking at national news about 3 weeks ago, and this ad popped up on the right side. And if you go to the next image, that's the ad with OHA's logo prominently displayed on the digital ad. So I think this is a great ad, Kuhio, and I think your digital campaign is fantastic. OHA's, obviously its logo is clearly visible.
Well, I just want to say,
So continue doing what you're doing as regards to this.
yeah, I don't always get a chance to review all the ads. I kind of agree. I don't even think our logo needs to be on there, to be honest. So, I mean, I'll look at how we can ensure that, you know, OHA's presence is there and not overshadowed by the Hawaiian Council. I know that's a touchy one, so I will go and look at how we're running these ads and how we can tweak it.
Appreciate it. Trustee Hona?
Thank you, Chair. Just moving forward, thank you for working hard on this. It was a heavy lift. But moving forward, talked about supports from OHA. Is there anything we can support you with right now so we can get this closed up or get this going, moving much more efficiently? But is there anything from us that you guys might need?
Thank you, Trustee. I'll just say that the pot of people that we are targeting is hard to reach. They're not online. They're not watching news. They're not on. So we have to likely do a more robust ground game, have a ground game, and that isn't easy. It gets expensive when you have to send people out in the community. So I think there could be some strategy with OHA about how we partner to talk to these agencies that are on the ground, like social workers, IHS. You know, sometimes it coming from OHA versus Hawaiian Council, or even going in together, just might be more effective. Working with the Department of Human Services is another possible. You guys are affiliated with the state, and so you have more access than a private nonprofit does. So working with DHS to identify the Native Hawaiians that are on SNAP, receiving SNAP benefits, might be more accessible to OHA than it is to us. And so finding a collaborative agreement with the Department of Human Services might be helpful as well. You know what I mean? Like call them up and tell them, hey, we need your help. We're trying to get aid out to our Hawaiians. You guys have the list of Hawaiians that are in your database. Can you assist our nonprofit provider? It would be easier for you as a quasi-state agency than it would be for us as a private nonprofit.
And trustees, just to add, we did schedule a meeting with DHS, so you may have seen that in the situational report last night.
Yeah. Last question, Trustee Lapa.
It's going to be about that, what you just shared. Keishan, regarding the breakdown of their SNAP, our federal workers who've been paid and so forth, and those who haven't yet. Obviously, that will come to fruition soon. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it will.
I just wanted to, Chair. Chair, so kind.
OHA Activities. We're going to knock out the status of OHA Activities and then go back to the approval of the minutes. And so the chair would like to now recognize Kate Shawn and our communications director, Bill Brennan, for a quick update on our communications progress towards things that were approved in our recent biennium budget.
Pardon me, Chair. I think we had a microphone.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Trustee, you're not recognized. We're moving on to communications.
Well, the reason why I was asking is so that we could share the advertisement. I know that you had showed.
Trustee
the one that was
Akaka,
going
you are
to
not
Hill.
recognized by the chair. We're moving on to communications. We can come back to you. Thank you. Bill Brennan, you're recognized.
Mahalo, Chair, Vice Chair, Trustees. Quick update on some of the items in the comms budget for FY 26-27, the biennium budget. Regarding agenda item A1, update on the OHA and Ka Wai Ola website improvements. The RFP to have a vendor contractor come in and do that work was posted coincidentally this morning. It's on the OHA website. It's on the state's High ePro website as well. proposals are due back about a month from now on January 20th. They'll be evaluated by the end of January. The evaluation team includes several members of the comms PIA, as well as a couple of the members of our IT department who want some working familiarity with what we're doing for improving the website. We'll know more about whether the vendor will be able to complete the work by June 30th, which is in the proviso. I think February, March, April, May, June, they have 5 months. That may be a little tight. And I would hope that if we need to extend by a little bit, that we'll be able to do that. A little background, back in September, I contacted the procurement department about getting this going. The following month in October, we were presented with a quote from a vendor for our website upgrades, and procurement used the state's vendor list contract for cloud solutions to obtain the quote that we got. The quote was a little over our budget. It was the only one we had, so I talked it over with the team, and we kind of went back and forth about whether we should try to get more money and go with this vendor, or change the scope of the contract, maybe not do the KWO portion of the website and save some money there. In the end, we decided to go the RFP route and see what other local interest there may be and national interest. And we just can't limit it, certainly, but this was a firm from the continent that has done work with the state before, and while there was nothing wrong with it other than being a little bit more than we wanted, I think the feeling of the team was we should go to an RFP and see what other kind of bids and proposals we can get. So we're doing that, which, you know, as I said, just brings us to today, which coincidentally is the day that the RFP is posted. So that's that update. Regarding agenda item A2, the update on the RFP for a 2026 cross-platform mainstream media initiative. We submitted a purchase requisition, which has been signed off by all the approvers that need to sign off on it. Procurement will now come up with an RFP, and we'll post that in the next couple of weeks. We described the scope of the work that we're seeking bids for: airing weekly television interviews with staff and or trustees on news or lifestyle kind of shows like High Now Daily or Island Life Live, to name a couple of them. These interviews would be minimum 3 to 4 minutes. They're usually not too long. It would be weekly. It would be for 6 months, from maybe January through the end of the fiscal year in June, and then we'll see where we are, decide whether we want to go ahead further with that kind of thing. I'd like to stress, though, that it's not restricted to any person or any title or any position here at OHA. We have a lot to talk about. We have trustees who are welcome to, you know, say, I'd like to be on next week to talk about this project or program that's near and dear to their heart. We have other subject matter experts throughout the organization that may want to talk about a program. I think, you know, immediately comes to mind S&I and everything they've got going on, and maybe we bring some of those people on for short 3 or 4 minute long interviews to talk about their projects. So I would expect that to be a similar timeline. We'll get some things next month and go ahead with that. We did receive one kind of unsolicited proposal that we really couldn't go with by itself, and we had to open it up to see where we can get the best bang for our buck. And so I expect we'll get several proposals for that. Let me see. And finally, the agenda item A3 is regarding the newsstands for Ka Wai Ola. You know, we've done some research on it. We have 10 right now on Oʻahu, and it would cost money to refurbish either the metal racks that the Star advertiser has, or the kind of cheaper plastic ones that they're the yellow ones that you see around. They need new doors. We're looking at anywhere between $250 and $400 some to redo those. If we put more newsstands around, neighbor island or here on Oahu, we could incur, additional printing and distribution costs, which aren't really covered in our KWO contract with Oahu Publications, Inc. at this time. So, I think our team is kind of leaning against adding additional newsstands. We do distribute widely to all the offices on the neighbor islands, and to nonprofit and other Native Hawaiian organizations. We sometimes mail out single issues to people who say, I didn't get it, or I lost it, or it didn't come this month, that kind of thing. But, up to you. If you want us to pursue that further, we'd be happy to, and look at some other options for newsstands for KWO. Actually, the KWO has kind of increased in size. It used to be pretty regularly 32 pages. Now it's about 36 pages. That, as I say, every time it expands, there's more cost in the printing. And if we take it other places, it will also increase the cost of distribution. So we're kind of trying to look at it holistically and see where we are. But that's pretty much the update on the items on the agenda, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, Chair Emerita Lindsay.
I just wanted to know if distribution has increased.
Yes, it has.
So it used to be about 64,000. What is the number now?
I think it's closer to 70.
Nice.
We get additions and we get subtractions on a regular basis, right? Some people move, some people, no longer receive it. They don't leave a forwarding address, that kind of thing. But in addition, other people say, please send it to me. So Pua was telling me the other day, we get about 1,000 inquiries a month that is either addition or subtraction, which is quite a big number, actually.
Yes,
And but yes, it is growing. And as you know, I mean, you go to the neighbor island meetings that you host and meetings here on Oahu, people bring it to the meeting and hold it up and say how much they love it and how much they count on it. It's really, I mean, Pua puts her heart and soul into that publication. It's really high quality. It's, a national award winning publication. And yes, it's.
No, they do a good job.
Yes. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Chair.
Newsstand racks, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you know where all 10 are, just out of curiosity?
I don't, but I think Pua can get us that information if you need it.
I would be interested in that.
Yeah.
The second part would be, so, I mean, we allocated $10,000
Right.
to your budget to be able to expand or in some cases refurbish or replace existing Ka Wai Ola newsstand racks. I know for sure there's one by the 7-Eleven on Bishop Street.
Right.
As I walk by it.
Yes.
But I do see value in having a couple newsstand racks on the neighbor islands in prominent locations, whether there's one in Lihue. Like we should try and have a Ka Wai Ola newsstand rack on every island.
Okay. Yes.
Downtown Kaunakakai, Ho'olehua, right? Wailuku, if we can.
Right.
A couple predominant locations if we're able to put those there. Are those dependent on Oahu publication locations, or how would we? If we wanted to put a magazine rack in Wailuku. How would we do that?
So we would contact them and let Oahu Publications is the them I'm referring to, and suggest a site, and then they would let us know kind of whether that's doable. I think they have some consideration about weather. They wonder about vandalism, that kind of thing. They don't want it to be defaced. And I mean, it's a free publication. There's nothing stopping anyone from opening the door and taking all the issues that are there, or 10 or whatever. I mean, those kinds of realities are something you have to deal with, but that shouldn't discourage us from moving ahead and placing them. And you know, I mean,
Maybe work with the individual trustees.
I was going to say, I would
Trustee Lindsay
welcome
has a
suggestions
on where to put on
from
Maui.
each trustee, especially the neighbor island trustees.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Trustee Ahuna has a good idea for Kauai,
Yeah,
Trustee Alapa Molokai, so
yeah.
let's do that.
Yes.
And, you know,
I'll send out an email to,
Yeah.
to the neighbor island trustees and ask you for suggested locations, and we'll pursue that. Yeah.
even, you know, with like our Hawaiian homestead community in Kapolei, so you have,
Mhm.
Kamakanali'i, or working with, I just think there's
Kapolei
a
Commons
couple
people out there, yeah.
places, and
Yeah.
because we allocated the funding.
Yeah.
Let's
spend
see
it.
what it costs to get a
Yes.
few of those up.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right,
Actually,
appreciate
the
that.
RFP's out, and so that's going out,
Yes, yes.
great.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in pretty good shape.
Any other questions for our comms team? All right, thanks, Bill.
Mahalo.
Okay, hey, we're gonna run through the status of all activities, and then we will, ensure that we don't have anyone, or if anyone has signed up to testify, we'll give them that opportunity to do that as well before moving back to the approval of minutes. So let's go to Human Resources, Keishan, and get a quick update, from that Paya.
Mahalo nui, Chair. I would like to call to the table our interim administrator and CEO, Summer Silva.
Yes. Hello. Our Director of Human Resources is on leave and so couldn't be here. So I'm here to report out for his PAYA with some great news. And actually, you just heard from Bill Brennan, his communications strategist position, which was filled recently, has put us at the 15% rate of vacancy. And we are still trying to reach for the rafters, exceed our own expectations. I just authorized an RFP pending chair's approval of the $99,000 allocation for third-party contracting support in order to continue to supplement HR staffing's ability to recruit and hire with great speed and great due diligence, because that team needs that support, and we still have about 27 positions open. And so that RFP should be up for, you know, competitive bidding in the first quarter of January, so that we can continue to tackle and satisfy all of the position needs of this agency. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I'll lead with a question. So just for our trustees, awareness, that this board had approved $140,000 in our budget to support HR in their recruiting efforts, since staffing was something that was a priority for the board. With the proposed but also at the end of FY 27, we would be at 167, I think, FTE count.
165.
165. Okay, so we allocated $140,000, and it was proviso that by the end of this year, the CEO and the HR director would achieve a 15% or less vacancy rate, which sounds like they have.
Yeah.
In addition to filling key positions, and those key positions were the CFO, controller, COO, general counsel, public policy manager, and the managing director of real estate land. Could you give us an update on some of those positions, whether we have either hired them or in the process of hiring or negotiating final agreements?
So, you know, and bear with me as I look through the notes that were forwarded to me from their team. But as we know, the general counsel position, the associate general counsel positions have been filled. We have a hiring selection for the real estate director position that is being vetted as we speak. So that too will be coming forward. We still need to recruit for our CFO position.
Those are the, some of the main.
CFO controller,
CFO, the controller position has been filled.
filled.
Yes.
COO obviously
COO
filled.
obviously
General
filled.
counsel, public policy manager.
Public policy manager filled. That is filled by a returnee, an OHA employee who returned, Deja.
Yep. And then managing director of real estate land.
We have made a hiring selection, and that particular selection is being vetted.
And then I know the CFO, we actually had applicants that had moved into the interview phase. Any update without compromising personal information?
That did not lead to an offer or acceptance of offer. So we are still recruiting for that. Right. Which is why the RFP for third-party assistance is going to encompass both sort of hopefully target headhunter kind of firms that are especially skilled in executive recruitment, but also allow hiring or employment firms to also help us with filling some other vital vacancies. All of our support staff work is equally vital to uplifting mission and advancing our goals and strategic priorities. So we are treating all of them as priority projects.
What is our current FTE count as of today?
It is, so, 165 positions minus 27 is where we're at. And so if we do, thank you.
Okay. Has HR team seen some of these hiring incentives that the board has approved, whether it's the signing bonuses, the paid family leave, the opportunity to telework, that those are all contributing to the overall recruitment efforts, the new salary ranges that we've set?
I think Corey, I think the hiring leads, I think everybody in the agency would concur wholeheartedly that those incentives and structuring OHA to be an employer of choice and providing all of the other particular benefits that were just enumerated is contributing to creating a culture that's more inviting, that allows for professional development and capacity building, and is resonating with community and resonating with those folks who have left our organization and are looking to return. So it's actually a beautiful coming together.
So and I'll recognize Chair in a second, the 140,000 that we appropriated, I recall Stacy and Corey triggering that line item to use for recruitment efforts in third-party providers or whatnot. So it sounds like they've spent about 40,000 of that. Then there's 99,000 left.
Correct. That is my understanding. And if
That's the RFP we're putting out.
Correct. And if for any reason what I understand to be that is turns out to be different, I will update the board once Corey returns. But yes, most of that funding was used to use different recruiting platforms to maximize OHA's reach to a broad prospective candidate audience, broader than what we traditionally have used, and to table, fund the opportunities to table at different events around the state in order to make our recruitment more in person and more in community.
And the RFP, and I'm happy to share it with the trustees, is that 99,000 is being proposed to a potential vendor to augment HR's hiring practices and the selection process. So the recruitment of the positions, the fielding of applications, the initial vetting of applicants to determine whether they're qualified or not qualified, moving them through the selection process, creating the hiring board, scheduling the interviews, following up with the reference checks, all those things that take up a lot of time from our short HR staff. We want to use these resources to have a third party potentially do that for us so we can compress the hiring timeline that historically has been 90 days or greater to hire someone, to cut it down to 30 days if possible, 45 days. So when someone applies to OHA, they have the best experience they've ever had applying for a new employment. and that we're able to get them an answer in a timely manner, onboard them as quick as possible, and bring them on. And we want to shorten that timeline, and that's what the RFP that we've just put out is meant to do.
And I will say that that work product was a collaborative, evolving work product, that RFP. It heeded the advice that was received around this table, but it also heeded the advice that we were receiving from our own hiring leads within the agency who have identified the challenges and the room for improvement and growth in terms of our HR capacity building. So this particular RFP speaks to, like, you know, a cross-section of needs and challenges and opportunities that were identified by our own staff as well as this board, and the experiences and feedback that we got from candidates that also moved through the process, and whether they were ultimately made offers to or you know, declined. So
we've all in our lives applied for positions only to not hear back, sometimes ever,
Especially from OHA.
or be just waiting and waiting and waiting, and frankly you're moving on, right, to other potential employers if you haven't heard anything back. And you know, that we want to improve that process here, so commend the administration for doing that. Anyway, Chair Merida.
Yes, and along the same lines of this discussion, I just want to share that over the last 10 years, we've used there's very few headhunters that's available in Honolulu. And we've used a headhunter, for example, and I just won't mention names, but we were really successful with that particular company. And we've used them for 10 years. Through other administrations as well. They worked really well for us. So and you know, when we put out the RFP for such a headhunter, nobody applied. So we had to go and call the different companies, apply. We have this RFP out, you know, and eventually we ended up hiring the same company because they were so efficient. I just wanted to share that.
And you know, if you can indulge me just, you know, a few more minutes, part of our, and I think it's also appropriate to share in this HR report out, that there are 2 employees who at the end of the year will be retiring from service and whose collective years of service at OHA is just shy of 50 years. And I wanted our last board meeting to reflect for the record and for perpetuity that, you know, their contributions and what they've brought to this agency over the course of half a century. And Roy Newton, who is not going to be joining us for our festivities tomorrow, is one of those retirees. He is a proud graduate of Baldwin High School. I want to thank his direct supervisor, Ili Makela, for helping prepare this statement, but a proud graduate of Baldwin High School whose life and career was deeply rooted in service to his community. He began working at OHA in 1997 and started as a clerk. And through his dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to the people, his role evolved into community outreach, which is known as beneficiary services agent. And over the course of Roy's career, he worked under 8 different administrations and navigated numerous changes in leadership, including trustees, always remaining steady, grounded, and focused on the mission of serving Lahui. He's held down that Maui office pretty single-handedly, becoming the backbone of operations and a trusted presence for the community. His work extended far beyond the office walls. He's devoted countless hours to community outreach with genuine care and humility, meeting our people where they're at and being an exemplary ambassador of what our mission is. I had the pleasure of meeting Roy in a different capacity when FEMA and the federal government was in Maui to address the Lahaina wildfire survivors. And Roy was, you know, that kind of just joyful, helpful, kako'o kind of individual that helped really put OHA on the map in terms of recovery assistance. And I wanted to mention that he's also our ordained kahu, now serves at the kahu of Maluhia Church. And as he enters his retirement, he leaves behind a legacy defined by steadfast service, deep compassion, and unwavering faith. And his impact on OHA, the Maui community and the many lives he has touched will be felt for generations. His life and career stands as a testament to what it truly means to serve with humility, aloha, and heart. Our second retiree is our dear Kai Markel, a graduate of Kamehameha Schools and Richardson Law School. Kai began his career with the state DLNR and state historic preservation services, but for the past 17 years, he has served as the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, ensuring government agencies uphold their constitutional, statutory, and judicial responsibilities to Native Hawaiians. He started as a lead advocate in the Native Rights Land and Culture Paia, then became its director, and finally manager of the compliance enforcement program of the advocacy Paia that he started. His guidance and expertise have shaped decisions on hundreds of projects, court cases, repatriations, iwi kupuna protections, and preservation efforts, and he is deeply respected by both cultural practitioners and advocates for his contributions to the understanding of history and culture, and for sharing his knowledge everywhere in classrooms, in public forums, with OHA staff, and even training sessions. His role as a cultural advocate extends into healing spaces, and he's brought makahiki celebrations into correctional facilities, events that reconnect inmates with ancestral practices, prayer, and identity. He's an excellent listener, and he has a rare sense of empathy that our people often need when dealing with personal problems and trauma and iwi work. Outside of this office, Kai is known for his online storytelling and photography, capturing the spirit of Native Hawaiians with his camera and with his lens. And he describes his process as one rooted in pule and guidance from ancestors. Some of his photography and cultural implements he's collected over the years and can be found in the halls of OHA, in the reception area, all around Suite 200, and in his office or pu'u honua. His steadfast heart and advocacy has ensured that Native Hawaiian voices, both in the living and the spirit world, are heard and considered in decision-making processes, setting precedent that will guide future preservation efforts here in Hawaii and advocacy work at OHA. Mahalo.
Thanks, Summer. And Kai will be here tomorrow night with
I
his
will
family.
be here tomorrow night with his family.
Trustee Lindsay, anything with our Maui office, Roy? Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah. And I've added in Thelma, who retired a couple of years ago. So we'll all be going to lunch tomorrow.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to item C, which is a resource management financial assets update. And I do have some just prepared remarks on this that I think is important to read into the record. And so if my trustees will indulge me. Before we move into this briefing, I want to take a few minutes to explain why this discussion from the administration matters and why it deserves our full attention. And why, as your chair, I believe it's important to receive a complete accounting as we use this moment to strengthen our systems going forward. We didn't have to have this update. The request was to remedy the issue. The board chair had the approval and the authority to do that. But I felt that withholding that approval prior to bringing this issue to all of you was something that I felt was important, so that you could ask questions. We could ensure that the administration had an opportunity to brief all of you on this issue, and that at the culmination of your questions, the chair would approve the administration's request to satisfy the obligation that we have back to the Department of Accounting and General Services to fix this issue. And so what you're going to hear from the administration is simply not a technical accounting update, nor is it an exercise in assigning blame after the fact, but it does concern the handling of trust funds, public trust funds, and the processes, judgments, and oversight structures that are meant to safeguard them. We're going to hear from Chair Merida later about Public Land Trust Working Group, and what she is going to share has some relevancy to what the administration is going to share in terms of this specific account and how public trust funds are drawn down from that account. So the sequence of events we're going to examine includes a multi-million-dollar erroneous drawdown, a partial withholding of funds that was later determined to be unjustified, and a failure to promptly reverse a significant journal voucher despite explicit direction from the state of Hawaii. And while these issues are in the process of being addressed, and they will be addressed today, a matter of fact, the manner in which they occurred and how and when they were surfaced raises broader questions about the internal controls we have here at OHA, the escalation of issues, the leadership oversight and transparency to not only the chair or who was the chair at the time of this board, but also the trustees and our beneficiaries. And that's why I wanted to bring this to all of you, and that's why this matters. For trustees, this briefing goes directly to our fiduciary responsibility. We are charged not only with ensuring that funds are ultimately corrected or repaid, but with understanding of how such errors were allowed to occur, where the decision-making broke down, and whether our existing safeguards are sufficient to prevent its reoccurrence. Oversight is not retrospective punishment, it is prospective protection. And for the beneficiaries watching, especially those on Olelo and the broader public, this conversation is about trust. It's the trust that the assets held for the benefit of Native Hawaiians are managed with care and urgency and integrity. That trust that when something goes wrong and a mistake is made, that it's treated with the seriousness it deserves. It's not minimized, it's not obscured, it's not delayed, but it's examined openly so that confidence can be restored and strengthened. That's what this is about. So I want to be clear about the tone and intent. The purpose of requesting a fuller reporting is not to relitigate the past, but to learn from it. This can and it should be a teaching moment for all of us here at OHA, one that results in clearer accountability, stronger controls, better escalation protocols, and more consistent board notification when material issues arise. Those outcomes serve everyone. Organizations earn credibility not by never making mistakes, but by how they respond when mistakes occur. Do we look squarely at what happened? Do we ask the hard questions? Do we correct not only on the error, but on the conditions that allowed it? And how do we do so transparently with humility and resolve? That is a standard we owe to our trust beneficiaries and one to another. So with that framing, I ask the trustees to listen closely to the briefing, not just for the chronology of the events, but for the lessons, the corrective actions, and the opportunities to strengthen oversight and governance. I want to thank the interim administrator who first brought this to my attention about 2 months ago, for promptly bringing the item to my awareness, and upon learning of the underlying events, for encouraging the administration to present it to the full board in a public setting, affirming our shared commitment to transparency, accountability, and continual improvement in how we steward what has been entrusted to us going forward. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the interim chief financial officer and the director of investments, Ryan Lee, to walk us through the full timeline of events, the findings to date, and the corrective actions underway, so that the board of trustees and the public can clearly understand what happened, what occurred, and how we move forward. And with that, Ryan, welcome. And you are recognized.
I also have. Good morning, Chair, fellow trustees. I also have Wayne Tawita here. He's our RGB consultant that has been working on OHA's accounting functions for the last 3.5 years. And he has good insight in terms of the events that occurred. But in brief, I believe the chair summarized the key. In brief, the drawdowns were approved and submitted by former CFO Ramona Hink, with support from a former RHB consultant, John Chena. It was based on erroneous journal voucher that was not reversed, and also a misinterpreted statutory interpretation, as well as reliance on unreconciled state account balance that was later found to be overstated. Once the error was identified, 5.42 million was repaid, and 576,000 remained payable to the state. And this was authorized by the CFO, and then CEO Stacy Farrell. Now, there was no evidence that the board was notified just based on the records that we have. So I'm going to turn over to Dwayne who will walk us through timeline and what occurred.
Just a little bit of background. Every state agency has an account with the state where bookkeeping is done, where appropriations are made, where summary warrant vouchers are done to distribute the funds to the agency. The old CFO, Mona, was responsible for maintaining the bookkeeping on this DAG's account. Somewhere around July of 2023, she processed a journal voucher for $16.125 million. That was wrong. Subsequently, in about October, the state responded and said that it should be reversed. Reversal was not done. So because of that, the account was overstated. The consultant working with Mona at that time to reconcile the DAG's account saw that overstatement, contacted DAGS, and basically DAGS told her that we're not responsible for monitoring your account. That's your responsibility. So then between Jan and Mona, they both thought that it related to matching funds. So it was discussed in an accounting meeting that there were matching funds for fiscal 24 and fiscal 25 that could be drawn down. But it was brought to their attention that that's a misinterpretation of the legislative act. The act only provides for general funds and the $21.5 million in PLT funds. The so-called match relates to an allocation of PLT funds that would be in an equal amount to the reimbursed general funds. So it's not in addition. They rejected that argument and went ahead and did the drawdown. There was two $3 million tranches. One in June of 24, and another in July of 24. And those represented the fiscal 24 and the fiscal 25 matching funds.
When you say they rejected the drawdown and proceeded to draw down, who is they?
No, they rejected the interpretation, our interpretation that the act did not provide for additional matching funds.
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So that was done. But then we still didn't feel comfortable with that. So the other consultant that I work with, Sylvie, what we're telling them is that you can't look at this. There's a report called Account Summary Report, and everything is just gross numbers. There's no detail. So we're asking them whether or not they actually looked at the transaction detail to determine whether or not that balance was accurate. They said they did, but we didn't have a good feeling for that. So Sylvie went, she looked at all the transaction detail, and there was a $16.125 million entry that had been made that looked familiar to her. And she was able to find this email that the DAGs instructed Mona to reverse that amount. So now, because that amount would get reversed, you no longer have this overstated balance that you could draw down on. So the misinterpretation, of the act was one point. The second point now was that there's insufficient funds to pull down those additional matching funds. So then at that point, they acknowledged that, yeah, maybe shouldn't have drawn it down. And so we classified that as an obligation back to the state because it wasn't OHA's funds. It truly was the state's funds. And it kind of sat there. And I think the first reimbursement to the state was like October-ish of this year, last year. And then they withheld the remaining 500 odd thousand because they felt that there are also balances on the account summary for fiscal 2019, 21, and 23. But I did a reconciliation, and then basically all the funds that come in for the PLT, as soon as it comes in, it's pulled into OHA's operating accounts. So we kind of reconciled that, and it's like, well, if we pulled all the money, there is nothing left to pull. So the account summary isn't stated properly. It's not being maintained right. And so that's where we are today with, having to return the $500,000.
Ryan, anything else to add?
No, I will comment in terms of just how to prevent this going forward. Obviously, in terms of just getting a legal interpretation of the bill would have helped clear up a lot of the misinterpretation.
Then a follow-up question to me would be, we have general counsel and our legal team, were they queried as to this legal interpretation by Ramona about the statutory interpretation that we were about to draw down on? Did Everett or legal opine on that?
I reached out to Everett to ask about that. The answer was no. There was
What do you mean, no?
there was no discussion about the interpretation.
But didn't Everett agree or disagree with that interpretation?
He disagrees. He did get queried, so he didn't have a chance to disagree at that time. But in terms of having discussions with him over the last couple of weeks, he agrees that's a misinterpretation of the bill.
Everett agrees that's a misinterpretation.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else? Summer, anything else before leaving it, opening up to trustees?
Yeah, I will say that not only is it a misinterpretation, but it's a deviation from longstanding interpretation of that statute at this agency. So it was a deviation from this agency's longstanding interpretation of that statute by way of legal counsel informing the manner in which that statute gets interpreted. So that is another area for remediation in terms of agency oversight on ensuring that the proper parties in this agency are left to make those kinds of legal and statutory interpretations, that everybody has to recognize their limitations in their subject matter expertise, because the consequences of that can be legal, can be violation of, fiduciary responsibilities, and the failure to then bring those omissions and those errors to this board's awareness necessarily extends that liability to all of you. So we are implementing very rigid standards to ensure that that level of transactional amounts and movement, notwithstanding any policy or, the absence of a policy, should just inherently trigger in all of us a desire to be held accountable, to be transparent about those errors, and to immediately try to work to rectify them.
Okay. Trustees, questions? I have questions, but no. So was there any action reported to the Board of Trustees at the time? Chair Lindsay, who chaired this board during that time, and if not, looks like you weren't informed. Why not?
We're trying to dissuade pulling down matching funds because we didn't think it was right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We got the rain and the water,
Yeah.
so it's got a lot of background noise.
We're trying to we're trying to dissuade them from pulling down those funds because we didn't feel the interpretation. So we don't know what happened beyond that. It's kind of like Mona and Jan pretty much took care of this whole transaction. We didn't feel it should have been done, so they kind of just did their thing. So we don't know who they talked to afterwards, background, if she had discussions with Stacy, if there were discussions with the board, we have no idea.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, go ahead. Chair Merida.
I just want to share with the board that when I saw this on our agenda for today, I made a call to Mona. And I wanted an answer from her on this. And she responded through an email, which I shared with our chair. And we had this discussion yesterday. She specifically told me that it was, again, what you said, was strictly between her and Jan. So this is totally unfamiliar to me. It was never brought to me as the chair. And she explained to me that it was strictly an error on whose part, I don't know whose part. No funds were spent, and that we did reimburse the state with the exception of that $500,000.
Thanks. Can I ask a question? I recognize you. For some reason, there was this novel interpretation by Ramona that hadn't been applied in the past and was being applied in this particular instance. Was there, do you know if through emails or through trying to do some forensic analysis in this error, in this omission, if there was any attempt to communicate with DAGs or with the legislature? You know, our CEO at the time was the former budget chief of the Ways and Means Committee. Was there any attempt to reach out to the authorizers and the appropriators at the legislature to ask them if the legislation that was passed was being interpreted the right way by the chief financial officer and the administrator before the triggering of the drawdown? Since this was something that hadn't happened in previous fiscal years, why would we be doing it now? And why would we be doing it in this way without verifying that from either DAGs, budget and finance, or the legislative subject matter experts in the WAM and FIN chairs or budget chiefs?
That I don't know. For fiscal year 24 and 25, the format of the act was different. Prior to that, there was like a separate categories, a table sort of like that showed like trust funds and general funds that would be appropriated to different general fund categories. Fiscal 24 and 25, the act didn't have that table. Instead, they basically talked about like the appropriation, but then the portion relating to the matching of PLT funds, that's in the handout. On section 3, there's an appropriated out of the Public Land Trust Fund, the sum of $3 million. When I read that, I interpreted that to mean that out of the $21.5 million that in PLT funds that OHA gets, whatever amounts that are going to be reimbursed from the general fund are going to be carved out of that $21.5 million to match against the general fund. So it might have been different, but I thought that it was kind of straightforward as far as how you treat these matching funds. They're not in addition to. It's allocating a portion of the 21.5 mil that you've already received.
Trustee Souza?
I just want to ask the question again. I know you touched on this earlier, but so we don't know, we don't have basically the correspondence between Ramona and whoever else she communicated with at this time. So we don't really know who had knowledge of this situation, is what you're saying. Besides Ramona and, well, but I see here that by then Administrator CEO Stacy Ferreira had authorized the approval of repayment. Just not the $576,609. They withheld that. And we just cannot answer that question as to why it was withheld. Is that what we're saying here today?
No, the reason why it was withheld because when they looked at that account summary, there were balances for fiscal 2019, 21, and 23. But when you go back and you look at what the appropriations were during those periods, and you can actually trace back to all of OHA's deposits that you guys received all of the PLT funds that had been appropriated. So big picture means that there shouldn't be anything in there. From a practical standpoint, you guys withdrew all of the PLT funds, so there should be no excess balances.
Yeah, just overall, and thank you, Summer, for catching this and bringing it to the board's attention, because that should be the process in any situation. This has been going on for a long time now. Obviously, we had no knowledge. What was, maybe Ryan, you could touch on what was just the overall impact, a general impact that this had having to do with our trust funds? If you can kind of just summarize that.
I mean, the error was acknowledged and funds were set aside. So there was no impact per se, but there was still this outstanding obligation to state that needed to be addressed within our accounting and financials.
Okay. So really no financial impact is what you're saying? Yeah, well, interest or anything like that, yeah.
That has yet to be determined.
Okay.
Okay.
Here.
Thank you.
So basically, this came to our attention because they asked you to sign a check for that $567,000. And I agree with Wayne that we don't get paid piecemeal. We get paid the whole 21.5 in quarters, right? So how could there be $500,000 outstanding? Which means we do owe that as part of the error that was made. Basically, you have to sign the check.
And that's a great point, because one of the policy changes this board made in updating our governance documents includes those controls now. Because my question to Ryan would be, for the $6 million erroneous drawdown and what will be a full $6 million corrective reimbursement, it should have triggered at minimum Board of Trustee notification, if not Chair's notification at the time, and potentially Board of Trustee approval, but that wasn't, because under the previous delegation of authority.
That's correct. So any check issuance over 250,000, I believe, in the past delegation would just require CEO approval.
And under the new delegation of authority,
it's 2,500 for non-PO.
Got to come before this board, at least a chair, for approval. Prior to that, no reason to notify you, and that's why you were not notified. Trustee Aquino, question?
Thank you. Ryan, when was the irregularity discovered?
Go ahead.
July 2024.
July 2024.
Yeah. So we classified the receipts that was pulled down as due to state account, which is a liability account. Normally, if it were actual funds you're entitled to, you would have gone to like a PLT revenue, as opposed to a liability that's due back to the state.
At any point between then and now, was there an attempt to ask Ramona what she had done or what her interpretation is?
No, we just told her what we thought. And, it's basically, you can either take what we're telling you into account, or you can just pretty much do what you want. We're not the decision makers, but we advise.
Basically, she did tell us in writing yesterday after I called her and asked her about this. And I had a discussion with Chair, gave him the emails, so it is in writing. And it's same as what you're saying.
Well, along the same lines, was there any attempt to ask CEO Stacy Ferreira what her interpretation is of the situation or insight that she might have?
It's unknown, but when Mona retired, this outstanding obligation was brought to my attention by Wayne, and I did ask Wayne to prepare a memo to be shared with the CEO, Stacy at the time back in September, and that's where we had discussions in terms of what happened, the repayment that we needed to do, involve General Counsel, myself, and Wayne, and then in October, when interim CEO Summer came aboard, I updated the same memo to her that there was this outstanding payment that we need to take care of. So that's the sequence in terms of why we're here today.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Aquino.
Was anything new learned or new analysis produced following your report to Stacy Ferreira through the memo you mentioned? Has there been any new development of this?
No.
Thank you.
Sorry, is current safeguards sufficient to prevent an error of this scale in the future? How have we learned from it? What have we implemented?
So we talked about getting legal statutory review, and that should be upfront and foremost, and would have prevented this from happening. But also mandatory board visibility for non-routine trust fund drawdowns, right? So the PLT 21.5, that's routine, right? So if there are non-routine drawdowns, the board should be made aware of it before pulling it down. I would say it's just better documentation, in terms of documenting decisions, and bring them forward to. In this situation, to the CEO and CEO to the board. So it's that along with the current, board delegation would actually sort of control a lot of these issues from occurring again.
I know that we have talked about this year standard operating procedures for various different PAYAs, but this may be one that we would want to develop. And though, not required, I also think that had the inclusion of the budget and finance chairs, both, Chair Alapa at the time and now Chair Waihe, is important as well to be included in when these drawdowns are occurring. And when OHA is in receipt of these funds, that they're following SOPs, and maybe part of that SOP is the initial notification of the finance chairs that this is occurring and is going to occur. And obviously the delegation of authority requires the board chair for subsequent action, but maybe that would be something to consider.
Noted. Thank you.
Yeah. Trustee, Souza.
Mala Chair, hey, Ryan, you know, you had mentioned earlier between September and October. September, you mentioned that, or it was brought to the attention of then CEO Stacy Ferraro. And by the time Summer became interim CEO in October, she was then notified as well. Between September and October, I don't know exact dates. Once the former CEO had, or then CEO had knowledge of it, was there any attempt to bring it to the board at that point? And what was going to be the remedy at that point? Did she attempt to make repayment or go through the process at that time? Sorry.
Yeah, I do not know.
Well, we do know that at least by mid-September, the new delegation of authority was approved by the board because we had, I think, adopted that after its second reading in early September. So that by nature would have, the new DOA would have triggered the board chair's notification from Stacy when the $576,000 check needed to be done. I was not informed of that.
Well,
First chance I was informed was when Summer briefed me
and,
about it.
you know, full candor, and I also want to commend and thank the board for creating a space where this kind of information can be discussed without, you know, too much punitive or
Retribution.
yeah, retribution or judgment, because that kind of environment is necessary to bring these kinds of events forward. I will say candidly that when I was presented with the information, I was asked to just authorize it, that it wasn't necessary to bring to the board, that this, what could be characterized as a drawdown and a repayment of a drawdown that just corrects the books. I did not feel that the authority vested in me as an interim CEO or interim administrator allowed me to make that kind of decision on my own, even with the, you know, advice and counsel of admin staff and leadership. So I erred on the side of bringing it to chair's attention immediately, and then encouraging that we do a due diligence, you know, background, get all of the information, do a records check correspondence, find out as much as we could about the underlying events and the decision-making that went into what transpired, and create a summary that could be shared as comprehensively as possible and as quickly as possible with the board. So we changed trajectory, and the delegation of authority would not have corrected for that. If the PAIA is allowed to characterize or cast this as a, you know, basically a clerical error that is getting remedied, then it doesn't necessarily trigger some of the delegations of authority. So we have since expanded our interpretation of the delegation of authority, and putting this on the record also creates a precedent for that expanded understanding of delegations of authority to encompass non-routine transactions like these.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the fact that this matter was brought to the board's attention, and that is an important precedent to continue. I am concerned that it was not brought sooner to the board's attention. Today is the final meeting of the year, and we would have had opportunity in closed executive session to have looked into the situation and to have weighed the potential of reaching out to Ramona or to Stacy directly in order to get further information. So we are bordering on something that sounds a bit like an investigation at this point into a matter that doesn't have the full vetting that I think it should be required before it reaches the public board. That concerns me. I'm hoping that no one will use this in any way to malign the reputations of any current or previous employees of OHA, and that we will have the opportunity to really vet this and look into what's being said. There are parties here who acted in this matter, who are not able to represent themselves at the board today in this public venue. That's a concern, and I just wanted to express that.
Thank you so much, Trustee Kino. Okay, thank you, Ryan, administration. Appreciate the update. And we will be processing the check today and getting the error fixed. Moving on, we have a last item on the agenda, and then we're going to do public testimony. And so Chair now recognizes Interim Administrator Summer Silva for any. Oh, on this specific item? Okay, you know what? We'll do that then. Is she here? Okay. Welcome, Jermaine. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you again. Oh, you're welcome. Make sure you turn your mic on so everyone can hear.
Thank you for letting me testify about this agenda item during this agenda item.
You're welcome, Jermaine. Welcome to Office of Foreign Affairs.
Aloha, honorable trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers, and I am an OHA beneficiary. I am here today because I am deeply concerned and personally offended as a beneficiary by the misleading manner in which this agenda item is written and by the harm it causes to the professional reputation of Kaupohana Stacy Kealohilani Ferreira. The agenda item states, update on the erroneous $6 million drawdown from the T23-901 Public Trust Proceeds account and the subsequent withholding of $576,000 and $609,000, correction, actions executed by former CFO Ramona Hink with approval and authorization of Administrator Stacy Kealohilani Ferreira and undertaken without board notification or approval. This language creates a false impression that Kaupohana Ferreira caused this error. That is not true. The $6 million drawdown error and the $576,609 withholding were created by two individuals only. Former CFO Ramona Hink, with support from Jan China and RGP Consultant. These actions occurred before Kaupohana Ferreira was employed by OHA. She began working at OHA in October 2023. According to your packet, in July 2023, I repeat, July 2023, former CFO Hink recorded a $16.125 million journal voucher JVJT 1973 into the state's accounting system related to fiscal year 2023 public land trust activity, which ends in July 2023. Former CFO Hink, with support from the RGP consultant, relied on DAG's account summary reports for the T23901 account that showed an artificially inflated balance, later determined to be materially overstated, solely because that $16.125 million journal voucher had not been corrected. That journal voucher was never reversed, resulting in an artificially inflated balance in the T23901 account that later led to this error. Those are documented facts. To publicly frame this agenda item in a way that associates Kaupohana Ferreira with actions she did not initiate, she did not design, and she did not create, and to do so in a public board agenda is misleading and unjust. The packet also states this briefing is not a legal or investigative report. If that is true, then why is Kaupahana Ferreira's name included in a transaction that occurred before her employment? As a beneficiary, I find this agenda item deeply troubling. It reflects poor governance and reputational harm, and it further supports the claim raised in Kaupahana Ferreira's pending lawsuit against OHA, which is on today's agenda. OHA is a public trust. Under Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 10-2, this board has a fiduciary duty of care, loyalty, and accountability to Native Hawaiians, which includes accurate public records and fair treatment of those acting in good faith. I urge this board to correct the record, remove misleading language, and govern in a manner worthy of the trust you hold. Kia kuapu, God bless all of you. He's watching.
Thank you, Jermaine. For the record, the $3 million drawdown was on June 26, 2024, and a subsequent $3 million drawdown was on July 15, 2024. Any more public testimony on this?
No one else is signed up to speak.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry,
Moving on
wait,
to
someone just raised their hand. Sorry.
Item D, Interim Administrator closing out the 2025 key highlights for the year-end summary and look ahead.
Chair, somebody just raised their hand
2026.
to testify. Like was said.
Nine
Oh, okay,
raised
great.
their hand.
Okay.
Chanel, we're gonna move you over to be a panelist. If you accept on your end, you can speak on this item. Or you can just unmute yourself and, okay.
Aloha mai kako. O Chanel ko uinoa. It's just a little
Hold on,
suggestion.
Chanel, we can't hear you. Let's turn up the volume on our end.
Okay.
Go ahead, try now.
Can you hear me?
Better, we can. If you want to come
Okay.
closer. There, we got you now.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry, Kalamai. I'm just here for like for a little suggestion after hearing everything that was going on in the meeting. I'm just here to like build off of what Auntie said, with the transparency and stuff like that. And I know you guys are looking for people to be members of OHA right now, but maybe we can start by having a little bit respect of your female colleagues in the room. I've noticed the way that you speak to them, and as a beneficiary and as somebody who is a member of the community, I'm here to maybe request some respect to your female co-workers, because I do see the way that you speak to them, and as a trusted person, you're being watched. And that's just my suggestion as a person from the public, as a Native Hawaiian, just to be respectful because we're watching you. Mahalo.
Thanks so much for watching, Chanel. We really appreciate it. Anyone else to testify?
No one else is.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Trustee Akina.
may I recommend that in a future executive session, we as a board examine the testimony presented today by Jermaine Myers.
I'll take that for consideration, Trustee Akina.
Thank you. I'll appreciate
welcome.
that greatly.
Thank you. Anyone else testifying on this item? Okay, let's move on to Interim Administrator Summer Silva's closing out 2025 key highlights, year-end summary, and a look ahead to spring 2026. Welcome, Summer.
Yes, aloha mai kako, and mahalo nui, Chair and Trustees. Mahalo for affording me the opportunity in my role as interim administrator to speak briefly to you, to our staff, and most importantly to the beneficiaries we serve as we close out 2025 and look ahead. This past year has been both uplifting and demanding, marked by progress and possibility, but also by moments that tested our resolve and our patience and our commitment to mission. And like any meaningful year, 2025 was not without its high points and its low points, its achievements, its controversies, and its still unanswered questions. Yet taken together, it stands as a testament to what Kanaka leadership can accomplish when entrusted to steward a billion-dollar trust with integrity, transparency, accountability, and vision, even in the face of scrutiny, of constraint, and of competing expectations. You know, one of the most significant shifts this year was the meaningful expansion of OHA's reach beyond our office walls and headquarters and into our community. All across our Pai'aina and across the Pacific to the continent, where more than half of our people now reside. And meeting our lahui where they are geographically and culturally has strengthened our pilina to ancestral aina, to ohana separated by oceans, and to the practices and values that anchor our collective identity as Kanaka Ohiwi. And at the same time, it has challenged OHA to grow, to deliver services more expansively and inclusively than ever before, and to steward our resources with great agility, and to advance mission without compromising accountability or purpose. In many ways this year, not only stretched our capacity, it revealed it. Earlier this week, during our bi-monthly Ke Kulana o Ka Ohana all-staff call, we created space to reflect together as one OHA Ohana, and that space exists bi-monthly to ground us in our shared kuleana, to uplift one another, and to ensure that every voice here feels seen, heard, and valued. The Hawaiian value guiding that reflection was coincidentally ho'omau, to persevere, to unite, and to continue. While I shared highlights from our soon-to-be published 2025 annual report with those in attendance, ranging from stewardship and investments to community sponsorships to cultural embedding, emergency relief, and investments in Oiwi leadership, the most moving moments came not from data points, but from staff recognizing one another. They shared with genuine pride about colleagues who stepped up, carried extra weight, navigated uncertainty, and continued to serve with excellence, even when the path forward was unclear or difficult. And what struck me most in my capacity as interim administrator was that this spirit of celebration and unity transcended difference. It included individuals whose programs were reduced by decisions made at this board table, whose priorities were reshaped by a biennium budget endorsed by a supermajority of this board, and whose perspectives on leadership transitions may not have aligned with every decision made at this table, including the one to appoint me as interim administrator. And yet there they were, recognizing one another, celebrating collective achievements, and recommitting themselves to mission. And there I was, invited to bear witness to that transformation. That, to me, is the power of kako, the power of service to lahui, the power of placing mission above moment. And that same resilience was tested and ultimately affirmed following the board's decision yesterday not to approve funding for tomorrow's staff development day and holiday gathering at Kualoa Ranch. I will be candid. It took me time to sit with the fallout and consequences of that board decision. But what I have witnessed consistently during my brief tenure at OHA, whether as board chief of staff or an interim administrator, is a workforce with extraordinary grace. One that honors governance, accepts decisions even when disappointed, and continues forward with integrity. In that spirit, I am deeply proud to share how our agency responded. Haya, across OHA, voluntarily stepped forward without directive and without expectation to pool their own finite resources and budgets so that OHA-wide staff development can still proceed. A simple but profoundly meaningful collective response rooted in aloha, responsibility, and a belief in one another. And not only that, what was once planned for an off-site Aina venue at Kualoa Ranch will now be brought closer to home, right here at our Nānākuli headquarters. Over the next 24 hours, our own miracle workers, our year-round Santa's helpers crew, will transform our foyers, our suites, and our shared spaces, including this very boardroom, into a festive winter wonderland island style. With their kokua and kako'o, our staff, their ohana, and especially their young keiki will still experience the joy and the warmth and the celebration we had originally planned and envisioned for them, right here in the place where so many have toiled all year long. There is something extraordinarily beautiful about that act of transformation, about taking familiar, unadorned spaces and filling them with light, music, laughter, aloha, and our ohana. We will maintain our staff development programming through the afternoon, making one last meaningful, deep investment in professional growth to close out the year, and then pivot joyfully and unapologetically to a Pauhana celebration. Because if there is one thing our ancestors and our lahui have always known how to do, it is how to meet uncertainty with creativity, resilience, and of course, celebration. I'd be remiss if I didn't express our sincere mahalo to our vendors and our venue partners. Some had already made investments of time and resources of their own and still extended us grace, well wishes, and their support. Others have chosen to stand shoulder to shoulder with our agency, bringing their supplies, their services, and their holiday spirit to this new location. And that generosity, that hospitality, that instinct to show up in someone else's moment of need is what it means to live aloha, to love Hawaii, and to malama her people. A message with updated details will be circulated to all OHA staff immediately following this board meeting announcement. And I offer this as a teaching moment worth holding on to, that setbacks do not define us. Our response does. And in that response, I see time and time again the very best of this agency. Resilient, creative, mission-centered, and always grounded in aloha. So as we close this year, I offer this reflection not as critique, but affirmation. OHA's strength lies not only in policy or portfolio, but in people. Out in community, sitting around this board table, gathered in this boardroom, watching from their homes and their offices, people who persevere, who adapt, who lead with or without title, whether anyone is watching or not, and who continue to do service to Lahui even when the work is hard or unseen. As we look to 2026, may we carry forward that spirit of ho'omau, continuing together, trusting one another, and remembering that aloha resides in us, but always feels better when shared and celebrated. And if we continue to model leadership from that place, we will always find ways to kokua, to kako'o, and to move forward with purpose, no matter whatever curveballs are thrown our way. So mahalo nui loa for the opportunity to serve, to lead alongside you, and to be inspired by all that this agency has done and will continue to do for our lahui into 2026 and beyond. It's such an honor to work here. It's such an honor to keep being challenged. It's such an honor to keep celebrating. Mahalo.
Thank you so much, Summer. Mahalo for that. Okay. We are going to go back to the start of our agenda. We have a number of minutes that need to be approved. As a preliminary matter, we noted that there's a typo in the agenda. If you can reference the October 17th, 2025 Oʻahu Aisle site visit, Mauna ʻAla notation that should read 2024. So asking for unanimous consent to amend that agenda item to fix that typo. Any objections to that? None? Hearing none? Okay. Do we have, before we go to the minutes itself, do we have anyone sign up to speak on the approval of said minutes?
No one is signed up to speak.
Okay. is there a motion to approve the minutes? Okay, trustee Akaka,
Yes.
which minutes would you like amended?
It would be G, October 15, 2024, and I, October 17, 2024, R, September 23rd, 2025, and N, June 30, 2025.
Okay, trustee Akaka would like to amend the October 15th, 2024, October 17th, 2024, June 30th, 2025, and September 23rd, 2025. Before making those amendments, trustees, do we have any other amendments? Can I have a motion to approve? Okay. Chair Mary Lindsay has made a motion to bifurcate those said minutes and separate them. And so do we have a motion to approve the remaining minutes and approve them en bloc? So moved. Do we have discussion? Okay. Chair's Emeritus motion is to bifurcate. Any discussion on that? Okay, roll call vote on the bifurcation of minutes separating October 15, 2024, October 17, 2024, June 30, 2025, and September 23rd, 2025 from the minutes as they're proposed before the board.
Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the remaining minutes that were not, the 4 that were not explicitly stated? Okay, do we have any discussion on that?
I can provide the edits, or
We're gonna approve the block and then we'll come back to your edits.
okay.
Yep. No discussion, let's vote on the other minutes, the remainder.
Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza. Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, Chair now recognizes trustee Akaka for her amendments to the October 15, 2024 minutes, which was the Oahu Island site visit to Kūkaniloko.
For October 15, 2024, the Oahu Island site visit summary, Kūkaniloko birthstones. I also wanted to include in there there are other trustees that were in attendance as well, which included trustee Akina and trustee Souza.
Okay,
Thank you.
October 17, 2024's Oahu Island site visit to ʻIolani Palace.
Yes, October 17, 2024, Oahu Island site visit summary at ʻIolani Palace. I also want to include on the record that there was a trustee present as well that was not notated, and that's trustee Mililani Trask in attendance.
Okay, thank you. June 30th, 2025.
Yes. So for June 30th, on page 13, on minute 25 and 30 seconds, I had stated I would like to discuss at that moment, not at that moment as a quote, but at the time of 25:30.
Okay.
And on page 34, oh, I also want to note too that on page 13, the mic sound was not on, but I had voted no for the 2:29 p.m. Amendment 3 regarding Native Hawaiian Health, John A. Burns School of Medicine.
Okay. And September 23rd.
Oh, with the same June 30th for page 34, after the testimony of Venus, at the third hour and 33 minutes and 10 seconds in, I had stated, I just want to double check for the record. Have I been able to introduce or pass an amendment yet? Do you have that on record? Because I did keep raising my hand and I keep asking for some consideration, and then that's the response I'm getting. So I don't appreciate that. If this is full and free discussion to have a fair and open process, end quote. And that would complete my edits for June 30th, 2025.
Okay, great. September 23rd, 2025.
September 23rd, 2025, at the Oʻahu Island Community Meeting in Nānākuli on page 8. At 2:44:36, when I was speaking, it says the speaker acknowledges and thanks. It should be a kana for the lei that was shared. Mahalo. That's the end
Okay,
of
that's
my
on page
edit.
8.
Yes, on page 8 of September 23rd, 2025.
Anything else? Okay, trustees, do I have a motion to approve as amended the October 15, 2024, October 17, 2024, June 30th, 2025, and September 23rd, 2025 minutes? Discussion? Roll call?
Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
ʻAʻole.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
Trustee Ahuna. And Trustee Souza. We have one ʻaʻole and 8 yes votes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Chair would also like to thank our board secretary and the staff of our various chairs of our standing committees that worked really hard to bring all of these minutes to this board's approval, especially even some that had gone back to 2024. So thank you so much for all your hard work on that. Okay, we're moving on to new business. Yep.
See if there's anyone.
Okay, sure, I can ask, okay. Just for the record, Lehua, do you have anyone that had signed up to speak on any of the other status of OHA activities items on the agenda? Whether it was communications, human resources, or the year-end closeout?
No one else signed up for those items.
Okay, great. Moving on to new business. Committee on Investment and Land. We have action item ILM 2516, approval of the 2026 Native Hawaiian Trust Fund Public Markets Plan dated December 3rd, 2025. Chair recognizes the ILM Chair Souza.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to approve action item ILM 25-16, approval of the 2026 Native Hawaiian Trust Fund Public Markets Plan dated December 3rd, 2025.
Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akina. Did he say yes? Trustee Akina. Oh.
Sorry.
It's not, yeah. Please return to me at the end.
Okay, I can come back to you. Trustee Alapa,
I approve.
Trustee Galuteria,
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay, Trustee Souza,
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e, Chair Kahele, and Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Mahalo. You have 9 yes votes.
Chair Souza for ILM 2517.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to approve action item ILM 25-17, approval to negotiate termination of OHA's general lease S6074 with the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Kalamai at Wailua, Ka Wai Ola, Puna, Kauai. TMK number 441-00402, dated December 17, 2025.
Trustees, this item was on our agenda yesterday, and we voted in the affirmative to terminate or move to negotiate terminate the lease with DLNR for this. Do we have any discussion on this item? Chair Marga?
I just want to confirm that we all agreed that we would help Ho'omana find another location. And I wanted to put that on record.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Roll call.
There's no testifiers for both of these actions. Trustee Ahuna?
Aye.
Trustee Akaka?
Aye.
Trustee Akina?
Aye.
Trustee Alapa? Trustee Galuteria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay? Aye. Trustee Souza? Trustee Waihe'e? And Chair Kahele?
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to the BAE committee now. Leho, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this single item, item number 2511?
Yes, we have Lou Ann, Mahiki Langford, Favorito.
Okay. We'll bring Luann onto our platform, and we'll recognize Luann before recognizing Chair Galatera.
Aloha and good morning from Molokaʻi. Thank you so much for putting that on. We do hope that you folks are able to approve that today. As we know, the Island Burial Council doesn't meet often, so we definitely need to get some movement there. So we thank you folks for moving on that item, and I will stand by for the next one. Thank you all.
Mahalo, Luann. Lehua, anyone else signed up to speak?
No one else has signed up.
Okay, Chair now recognizes Chair Galateria for BAE action item 2511.
Thank you, Chair. Committee on Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment. Move to approve the BAE action item 2511. Approval of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Fall 2025 Oahu Island Burial Council, Maui Lānaʻi Island Burial Council, Molokaʻi Island Burial Council, Koʻinihau Island Burial Council, and Hawaii Island Burial Council nominations on December 3rd, 2025.
Trustees, any discussion?
Chair, I think we should read our people's names of recommendation. Chair?
Chair Galatera, would you like to read out the fall 2025 nominations into the record?
Surely, we can do that. Approval of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs 2025 nominations, Oahu Island Burial Council, Allison Marie Ufana, Henry Fong, Janice Mark, Kamuela Kala'i, Kili'i Mekivity, from the Maui Lānaʻi Island Burial Council, John Kahahavai, Leilani Kili'i Kipi rather, Molokaʻi Island Burial Council, Kimberly Kalua, Kauai Ni'ihau Island Burial Council, Michael Lyons, and Hawaii Island Burial Council, Warren Kahayali'i.
All right, thank you, Chair Galatera. Trustees, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna? Trustee Akaka?
Aye.
Trustee Akina?
Aye.
Trustee Alapa? Trustee Galuteria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay? Trustee Souza?
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes.
Chair Kahele?
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thank you, Chair Galatera, for joining us. And Chair now recognizes, as we move on to the Budget and Finance Committee, we have one agenda item 2581. Anyone signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, we have one person signed up. We have Jermaine Myers.
Okay. Welcome, Jermaine. She's still here. Okay. Welcome, Jermaine, and you're recognized on 2581, OHA's CIP grant program.
Mahalo. Aloha trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers, and I am an OHA beneficiary. At the outset, I want to be clear that I oppose Budget and Finance Action Item BF 25-81 revised. The approval of the OHA Capital Improvement Project Grant Program components and process for the fiscal year 2026-2027 OHA biennium budget. Mahalo for the opportunity to share my data, views, and arguments regarding this item. Under Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 10-17, OHA grants may be awarded only to eligible recipients, which are nonprofit organizations, cooperative associations, qualifying for-profit subsidiaries of nonprofits, or individuals. State and county government agencies are not included in this statute and therefore are not eligible grant recipients. Section 10-17E allows OHA grants to be made without regard to HRS chapters 103D and 103F. But that exemption applies only to grants lawfully made under Chapter 10 to eligible recipients. It does not convert government agencies into grant recipients, and it does not authorize bypassing procurement laws for ineligible entities. Therefore, if OHA funds are awarded to a state or city agencies, those funds must comply with HRS chapters 103D and 103F, regardless of how the program is labeled. The proposed process also cites Hawaii Revised Statutes 24F-103 as authority. However, that statute does not exist. The applicable law is HRS 42F-103, which likewise restricts grants to nonprofit entities, not government agencies. Past practice, program labeling, or future administrative fixes cannot cure statutory non-compliance at the time of approval. Trustees have a fiduciary duty to approve only lawful funding structures, not frameworks that rely on later corrections. By authorizing a CIP grant program that allows awards to state and county agency while also bypassing procurement and purchase of service requirements, Action Item BF 25-81 conflicts with statute and exposes OHA to avoidable fiduciary and legal risk. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the trustees to oppose approval of Action Item BF 25-81 as it's currently structured. And if it proceeds, I will follow up with a procurement complaint. Kia kuapu. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Jermaine. Anyone else signed up to speak, Leho?
Yes, we do have one more person online, Luann Langford Favorito.
Aloha, Luann.
She's moving over now.
Okay, great.
Aloha, good morning, everybody again. So the CIP grant, on behalf of the Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association, we would also be looking into that, and we thank you folks for moving that forward. Hopefully in the compliance issues and whatever the previous speaker said, maybe that could be clarified deeply, or somebody could say more about that. But I know here on Molokai, Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association is very grateful and thankful that we will be attempting to try for that opportunity. Mahalo, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Luann, for joining us. Lehua, anyone else sign up to speak?
There's no one else signed up to speak.
Okay, Chair now recognizes the Budget and Finance Chair, Chair Waihe'e, for 2581, this action item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to approve the OHA Capital Improvements Project grant process as presented in this action item, establishing the framework for application, review, and award of CIP funds in alignment with OHA's policies and strategic priorities. This program will support eligible nonprofit organizations and state or county government agencies administering state-funded CIP projects that align with OHA's strategic plan and benefit Native Hawaiian communities.
Okay, thank you, Chair Waihe'e. Trustees, discussion.
Chair, thank you. My view,
recognized.
Thank you, Chair. My views were expressed at committee already in opposition to this. I just want to notate that the testifier, Jermaine, mentioned an issue that I did not have the opportunity to mention, and I agree with her that we need to review legislative consistency here.
Thank you, Trustee Akina. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Alapa, go ahead.
So when I was serving on the committee in regards to the CIP projects, I thought it was an excellent opportunity for OHA to dive into this arena in which we can support many of the our communities, especially for facilities outdated, dilapidated. There are current meetings held with no windows, nothing that will be secure health-wise, and their appeal to the city, to other entities that have been turned down, even from homestead lands from the HHL, they're put aside, and they cannot wait another year later, and so forth, for these critical funds to help them improve the conditions of their specific structures on their properties and so forth. The improvements for these facilities that our people find is especially critical for the gathering, the sanctuaries for them to gather, to talk, to share, to open and express their opportunities to improve the lives of their communities and so forth. I think it's very important that we address that, and it's already stated in yesterday's meeting on this topic, especially with Chantel, in assuring us that these projects will be vetted properly. And at the end of the day, we can always decide, no, this is not going to go through. But in the meantime, we should really think about giving the opportunities to these communities to apply, especially those in are nonprofits. They should be for them to be able to apply for these funds and see how they can make drastic improvements in their communities so that the generations thereafter will be able to thrive because they're in a safe environment, a place in which they can all gather and be proud and happy to call their home, so to speak. So this is something that I really, really would like to support. Mahalo.
Thank you so much, Trustee Lapa. Trustee Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may address Trustee Luan Alapa, is in regards to the BNF committee, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Trustee, so I know when this action item initially came to the board, you were the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. And I mentioned this before in previous meetings, when we bring something to the board, it's thoroughly vetted. I know that's what I do through my committee, make sure all the information is provided, because if not, it's not going to make my agenda. Yeah, so this item in particular made the agenda. There was a budget created for this, and that was also through your committee. So in reference to various HRS sections that the previous speaker mentioned, previous testifier anyway mentioned, were any of that vetted prior to coming to the board?
Sorry. When we were looking into the possibility of this being an opportunity to move forward, naturally we would have to have this vetted through our grants department to ensure that this would work. That everyone, when it was brought to the attention to the board, that we would be able to look into a position of this nature so that we can help to see other ways in which we can help our communities outside of the strategic plan that we focus on housing, health, education, and so forth. I thought this would be a wonderful way in which we could help give back in this particular area, providing it's done in the proper manner.
Yeah.
And that's what that was all about.
Right. So the grants department provided information to you prior to putting on your agenda. You had the information that you needed, and you felt confident that all the legalities were worked through prior to making it a board vote.
Yeah, well, at the same time, also, it would also cause for more exploratories, as Trustee Kina had expressed, find out more information in how this will be a possibility so that it would meet all criteria and there won't be any room for questions, concerns in a way in which maybe be in violation.
Yeah, I'm concerned because when we bring stuff to this table and we potentially compromise certain trustees' votes by not providing enough information, and the information that's provided at hand before us at the time of the vote, that's when I want all the information, just to be clear to this board, any agenda that comes before this board. And if the trustees have questions, I expect it to be answered at that time. So I don't expect to approve something that's potentially not legal. You know, certain things are brought to our attention today. So I just want to make note of that for any agenda item that comes to this board in the future, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I would echo that as well.
I'm greatly simplifying things right now, but I mean, maybe someone can explain it better than me. When it comes to moving money between state agencies, you don't, like, they don't follow the same rules for grants or other things as like private sector nonprofits or whatever. So you can, you know, there's almost no rules between moving money between different state agencies. You can do it, and you don't have to. There's not like you have to follow procurement law or other things that apply to other different entities that are private.
Well, here's a great.
What this would do, though, because in theory we could move money to the city for a park or a CIP project if we wanted to. What this would do was at least there will be a process that we're imposing on ourselves that we follow if we are to do such a thing like that, a CIP project. So one, I think it is legal. Second, I think it's more prudent than not having any kind of framework at all. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, my comments on that would be, we are currently in the process of finalizing grants to the University of Hawaii, College of Hawaiian Language at UH-Hilo, to the John A. Burns School of Medicine, other state agencies, charter schools, not to mention the way that this novel new program was created was to follow the stringent guidelines set by the state legislature and their GIA CIP program under HRS 24F103, which is exactly what our grants team has modeled this novel program around. And so I completely agree with the chair, and am fully confident that this program is going to be able to help nonprofits and potentially other partner agencies. And we've heard time and time again, and you know, our former BAE chair and our former chair emerita knows when we go to the legislature, they're always asking, when are you guys going to partner with other entities to maximize resources, to benefit Native Hawaiian communities the best way possible? And this is potentially one way to do it. And I have confidence in not only our grants team, but the independent third party, non-OHA affiliated panel that will review these applications and bring them to the grants team for their oversight before even making it to the board table for Trustee Akina's oversight. And so I'm looking forward to those projects coming to fruition. So thank you, Chair Waihe. Trustee Ona.
I just wanted to comment along those lines. First of all, I'm just happy that the way we give out our grants.
Yep.
There's so many different ways. We can give out grants, we can give out matching funds. Now we have CIP, we can give out loans, but we need to be across the whole board. We need to give out grants in different ways, and I think it's very important. But what I want people to understand is when we're chairs of any committee, our job is to bring good information to our board. We rely on that information. That is our Bible right there. And every time we're in meetings, we come to this table. I want you guys to know that we're going to bring you guys good information to vote on today. This program, you know, there's a program in Ledge, they have CIP fund. Now we have it too for our people. And I think it's a great program. So I just wanted to thank, you know, former chair for putting this on the agenda and getting it to the board, because this is another way of our people getting the proper money that they need, and this is another way to support them. So thank you.
And if you look at it as an example, we have heard time and time again about the lack of a Native Hawaiian Cultural Center anywhere in the Hawaiian Islands. And the Waianae community has pleaded with the opportunity to have a Native Hawaiian Cultural Center there. And what if there was a collaboration between a nonprofit on the Waianae Coast, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands on trust lands, and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs to build a Native Hawaiian Cultural Center in Waianae? And they could utilize a little bit of this CIP allocation, whether it's for plans or design or the actual physical construction of the facility. That's the type of partnership we want, leveraging resources, matching resources, and partnering with the legislature. And I think this is a great novel program, and I mahalo the previous BNF chair for her work on it, and our current BNF chair for bringing it before the board, and the hana that was done behind the scenes by the grants team and administration to bring this action item before us, and to meet the proviso language that said by 1 January 2026, we are open for business. We're ready to take applications. And I think we're going to have a lot of very worthy projects across the state to consider, probably more than we have resources for. And that's a good thing. Trustee Kino.
Thank you. And please forgive me. I don't want to belabor my position because I had enough opportunity in the committee meeting to share where I stood. I'm just going to clarify in response to Trustee Alapa that my concern is not solely about whether we are aligned with statute, but whether CIP is a good thing for us to be doing as a means to the end. I agree with you in terms of the end. We want to build housing, jobs, education, healthcare, everything needed, including infrastructure support for our people and the Native Hawaiian people. And I believe we have the means to do that. We have a robust grants program, and we have opportunities to even look at bigger awards than what we give through our grants. But CIP as a political tool has been used in legislatures at every level, state, federal, and county across the nation and the world, with a history of conflicts of interest. And I don't believe that we as a board have vetted the potential for conflict of interest and taken the step to make sure that the safeguards are fully in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kino. We also haven't reviewed any projects yet. I would like to, just to make sure trustees have full confidence in voting on this, we do have an attorney in the room. And that's our general counsel. Let's invite him up so that he can give us an opinion on whether or not this is a legal action item or not. Everett.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, trustees. I did maybe just, as part of this action item, just wanted to help with the board's recollection. This was something that was previously presented at a Budget and Finance meeting under Chair Alapa, but it was directed to administration to revisit the action item to account for the allowing for state and county agencies that had these CIP funds to also be prospective applicants for this program. Now Budget and Finance Chair Waihe's point, there are different rules that apply to disbursements of funds to government agencies, and it does not rely on HRS Chapter 10, Section HRS 10-17. Instead, the procurement code allows for OHA as a government agency, as can any government agency. It allows OHA to disperse funds to other government agencies without being subject to an open procurement process or solicitation process under the state procurement code. So there's actually a specific statutory exception for that disbursement of funds to another government agency via HRS 103D 102, subsection B, specific, B to subsection G. That's also been accounted for in the action item itself and the revision that's now before the board, with the italicized language noting that for the purposes of this action item, the CIP grants or grants awards include those awarded as grants under HRS 1017 to a nonprofit, or administered through a memorandum of agreement, which would transfer those funds to a government agency, but provide for those that contractual framework in which those disbursements of funds could occur.
Thanks, Everett. Chair Waihe. Good. Trustees discussion? Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Moving too quick, trying to get through this agenda. Go ahead, Chair Merida.
I'll try. I'll just take a minute.
I'll take your time.
And yes, I did vote no. I kind of agree with Trustee Akina. And I do think that CIPs lead to political favors. And although we haven't discussed any grants for this purpose, you know, we've had possible site visits to the different locations, and that leads me to believe that they'll be under consideration. I think that capital improvement belongs to the state and the county because they got the billions of dollars. We don't even have $1 billion, not one. We haven't reached $1 billion yet. Why are we going for these big projects when the state and the county, we got to beg for our money from the state? You know, so I'm not in favor of CIPs. I think that's Hawaiian Homes' responsibility. They got $600 million. Put the money to work to improve the homesteads, you know, but we don't control that. So I can only vote for what I hope that I have 1/9 control over. And that's why I'm voting no, because I don't think our money belongs to CIP. I think that it belongs to the programs that improve the conditions of our Hawaiian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, I do want to say though, if not having this program existing doesn't stop us from bringing CIP projects to the board. It just means there's no guidelines for it. So we can still, like that gym that we visited, when we funded that, it just came to the board and we funded it. It wasn't even like it went through a vetting process at all. At least this does something, you know, it puts some kind of structure to how we end up funding these kind of things. Otherwise, it's just Wild West. And it can still come to the board in that fashion.
Well, I don't think it came to the board yet. The gym, it's in our budget, but it didn't come to the board.
It came to the board like 20 years ago.
You're talking about the 20 years ago.
20 years ago it did.
Oh.
And we just funded it. We didn't, there was no process or any kind of thing, you know.
I guess if I may, what Trustee Waihe is saying is that 20 years ago, when this board, and maybe you were sitting here, approved millions of dollars of funding to build that gym. That did not come via the robust process that we are putting in place. That could have been an individual trustee and a simple majority of the board that approved that particular action item, which could potentially lead to what you're alluding to as political favors. What is before the board today is much different than that, and puts into place policies, robust protections, independent third-party vetting and analysis, legal counsel approval and vetting that I think is provides appropriate safeguards to this type of program. So that's what he's speaking. Trustee Souza.
Well, Mr. Chair, first of all, Trustee Wahe, I want to thank you for bringing this item back to the board and properly vetting it, and also having Everett, our general counsel, weigh in as well and opine on it. I also want to say I really appreciate this current leadership team on the board side, as well as administration, because we're exploring new ways at this time to work with other agencies, and this is one of many opportunities to work together. And I encourage every single person to apply. As long as you meet the qualifications, you look at that application, even if we did a site visit to your site or business, please apply. It's open to everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
ʻAʻole.
Trustee Akina.
ʻAʻole.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihi'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele. You have 3 ʻaʻole and 6 yes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, trustees. Good discussion. We're going to move on now to the Board of Trustees agenda, and we have several items on here. The first one is going to be item number 2517. So this is the acceptance of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs final report of the Permitted Interaction Group to investigate Army training land retention efforts. That was dated December 4th, 2025. It was presented and placed on the table for the Board of Trustees. The summary final report of the investigative PIG also had 8 recommendations that were contained in the final report, one of them being the dissolution of the investigative PIG prior to its December 31st, 2025 dissolution. And so the action item is to accept the final report of the Permitted Interaction Group and approve the 8 recommendations contained in the final report. So the chair will make the motion on that action item and open it up for discussion. Trustees, discussion? I will just provide some commentary. This action item was established in early January 2025, and okay, thank you. Yes, you know what, before I do that, do I have anyone sign up to testify?
For this item, yes, we have one person, Tia Marie.
Okay, sorry about that. Got ahead of myself. Tia Marie, if you are on, thank you so much, and we welcome your public testimony on this agenda item.
Hi, aloha. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay, right on. So, aloha mai kako, Chair and Trustees. My name is Tia Marie Namahana Masaniai Estrera. I offer testimony today as a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, a Kanaka Maoli Ho'oilina, and a Mo'opuna of Ko Hawaiʻi Pai'aina. And also as someone who is engaged in community work concerning trust lands and military use. So I'd just like to ask the board to carefully consider the legal framing of the final report on Army training land retention before accepting it and its recommendations. Just like to name that history demonstrates that oversight alone has not been sufficient to protect Hawaiian trust lands. Koho'olawe is an example of this, that military bombing really only ended after court-enforced action following Kanaka and Hawaii peoples on the ground, even though state and federal oversight mechanisms had already existed. So that was formalized through the federal consent decree, which recognized enforceable limits on military activity rather than the reliance on voluntary compliance. So I believe that history is relevant because the acceptance of this report will shape OHA's baselines positions going forward, if I'm understanding that correctly. And I really raise this not as opposition, but as a question of fiduciary alignment. Public Law 86-3, trust lands are held for the benefit of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. And so when military use results in documented environmental harm, cultural interference, and degradation of trust resources, trust law does require that decision makers ask whether continued use itself is consistent with fiduciary duties, not only how the impacts might be managed or mitigated. Before accepting this report, I ask that the board consider whether it clearly preserves OHA's ability to, one, assert that trust duties are not subordinated to national security claims. Two, recognize that cessation of military use may be a legal appropriate remedy. And three, avoids framing continued use as the default starting point. So that's all I'd like to share, and mahalo for your careful consideration of these issues before taking action. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui loa. Lehua, anyone else signed to speak up?
No one else has signed up for this item.
Okay. Trustees, any discussion?
Chair,
Yeah, Chair Merida.
who on our table served on this pig?
So the pig, it was myself, Trustee Souza, Trustee Lapa, and Trustee Galatario.
Oh, okay. I just wondered if one of you would like to share with us.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean,
The gist of the
final report, as you know, this board has several different mechanisms that it can establish, whether it's an ad hoc committee or a permitted interaction group under the state sunshine law. And so an investigative pig is one mechanism for that. This particular pig was created in spring of 2025, and it really focused on, at the time, the Army training land retention efforts, specifically on Big Island and on Oahu. It did not look at the other military leases throughout the state, in particular, the Navy's lease at PMRF. And that was because in spring of 2025, the EISs were not finalized for Big Island or Oahu. OHA had not even submitted final testimony on that. It would come before the land board in May. And so the investigative pig was put together to start to navigate what OHA's position would be on the Pōhakuloa lease in particular, and the 3 leases on Oahu, one of them being Makua Valley. And so over the course of the last 10 months, the pig conducted site visits, reviewed federal and state documents. We got and requested, and the Army provided volumes of its EIS and physical copies that we have for our staff to go through. We engaged, I personally went to Washington, D.C. to engage the Hawaii congressional delegation, met with officials at the Department of Defense and the United States Army. We participated in military briefings. Of course, we did site visits, Pōhakuloa being one of the site visits that we went to visit. Some of you attended the briefing by the base commander for Pōhakuloa at the Association of Hawaiian Civic Club Convention. We had several resolutions on this, particularly live fire training. And so there's a lot of work that have been done in addition to our advocacy staff that articulated formal positions on the EIS that were eventually both rejected by the land board. And then over the last few months, the flurry of activity, especially coming from the executive branch regarding potential condemnation of those lands, and OHA taking a really assertive role on this particular issue. And so really the work of the pig that focuses at the time exclusively on the Army training lands is going to sunset anyway at the end of the year. And so this final report really encompasses the work that was done by many at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs through the last 10 months. It provides recommendations on potential paths for the board to consider moving forward. It does dissolve the pig earlier because the next agenda item is the creation of a negotiating pig, which would be the next phase in a permitted interaction group, and recommendations for the board to consider as well. So that's basically the summary. Any other questions on the final report? I will note that the final report does recommend 8 specific items. One of them is the early dissolution of the investigative pig. The second is the formation of a negotiating pig that would represent OHA as Hawaii approaches the 2029 lease expirations, and to develop this board's negotiation and potential litigation strategy, depending on what happens. It requires quarterly updates to this board from the negotiating pig. It engages staff support primarily from our research and evaluation and advocacy team. For the legal, historical, environmental, and technical research, we've heard from ʻAla that OHA taking lead on Kapa'akai analysis, especially as it relates to the lands at Pōhakuloa, is something that we're going to take a lead on. That was explicitly noted and left out of the Army's EIS. They did not conduct a Kapa'akai analysis, and so that's something that we are committing to do. All of those strategies would be grounded in Native Hawaiian rights and public land trust obligations. One of the things that is proposed is the creation of an OHA military lease lands technical advisory group, and the next action item will talk about that. The 7th item would be the development of a multi-platform communication strategy, both in long form, short form, and digital media, so that we can do statewide and potentially even national education efforts on this particular issue, because we feel like there are other indigenous groups throughout the country that would be very supportive of Native Hawaiian indigenous rights here in Hawaii as it relates to these kingdom and crown lands that OHA has a fiduciary obligation and interest in. And then finally, the negotiation pig would work together with the Budget and Finance Committee and the chair and the advocacy and communication staff to present a potential for consideration negotiating pig annual budget for Board of Trustee consideration. You know, the things that we are proposing cost money. You know, going to Kauai to do a presentation on West Kauai for PMRF lands, that costs resources. Doing digital advertising or pushing OHA survey, or doing extensive community outreach, or the Kapa'akai work that advocacy needs to do, that is going to cost money, and that's not programmed into our budget right now. And so working together with the BNF chief and Chair Waihe to see if there are any funds or resources available would be something that we feel would be possibly a worthwhile investment. Of course, that all has to be figured out and brought before the boards for its scrutiny and consideration. So those are the 8 recommendations. But what's before us right now is the acknowledgement of the final report and approval of the 8 recommendations.
Just
Trustee Ola.
Just real quick, and I've been attending all these military leases informational meetings, and what I found out is exactly what the beneficiaries have said is they really want to be involved, and it's important that we go around our paeaina and have these educational hearings so that our people can attend and we can hear their voices. For us, it's about them too, but it's not just about them, but it's us doing our job, and they're hoping that we can stand behind them. On Kauai, we're going to be having a meeting coming up soon, and I'm hoping that a lot of people show up, and I think last night's meeting was a big success, and thank you for all the information that comes out. A lot of times we don't hear this information. I think part of our job as OHA is to put out this kind of information and to put out the various ways of how we strategize these type of leases. So thank you for that, and I just wanted to just add that we are working with our people too as well as we move along. So thank you.
Trustee Kaka.
Mahalo. And to add what Trustee Huna is talking about with the public and our people having the opportunity to speak on their mana'o of these land leases, I appreciate that we're having these listening sessions throughout the state, and I highly encourage that we allow more time for our people to be able to testify and share their mana'o. I think it's really great that they're provided the opportunity to learn about OHA's role and kuleana when it comes to these lands, but it's also important for us to have the opportunity for them to share and for us to receive that information so that we can apply that with the decisions that are before us and how we can best represent our people when it comes to the kuleana of these Crown and government lands. And I really appreciate with last night the constant mentioning, referring to these lands as Crown and government lands of the Hawaiian Kingdom versus just referring to them as the public land trust. That I'm very grateful for. And I think that we need to continue with that so that many people know that, but some people need to learn that or be sometimes reminded of that. And I think that that's a huge part of the kuleana as well. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
We have 9 yes votes.
Thank you, trustees. Moving on to 2518 now. So this is, now that we have adopted the final report and we have adopted the 8 recommendations, so the investigative pig is now dissolved. The second item is a formation of a negotiating pig. So we go right into the next phase of OHA's role in this particular issue. And so the action item is to request to establish, and I'll make a motion to establish a permitted interaction group pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes 92-2.5 B1A for the purpose of negotiating the official position of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs regarding the U.S. military land leases scheduled to expire between 2028 and 2031 with the United States Army, United States Air Force, United States Navy, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. These leases concern public trust lands identified under Public Law 86-3, Section 5, for which the United States of America, the State of Hawaii, and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs share legally enforceable responsibilities, including fiduciary obligations to protect the interests of Native Hawaiians. Lehua, do you have anyone signed up to speak on 2518?
Yes. Our first speaker is Jermaine Myers.
Here? Okay.
Welcome, Jermaine. You recognize in 2518.
Thank you. Aloha, honorable trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers, and I am an OHA beneficiary. I attended OHA's community briefing and listening session on military lease lands held last night at the Community Learning Center in Maili. During that meeting, Chair Kahele referenced today's action item BOT 25-18, which proposes establishing a permitted interaction group or PIG for the purpose of negotiating OHA's official position regarding U.S. military land leases scheduled to expire between 2028 and 2031 with the U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, and NASA. I appreciate that Chair Kahele confirmed to our community that this PIG will be supported by identified technical advisors. As explained, the group will include subject matter expertise in areas such as negotiation, valuation, and appraisal, legal, litigation, and administrative law, kia'i, aina, and cultural practitioners, military and international law experts, OPO, and the next generation of Hawaiian leaders, along with other defined experts. I also noted that the proposed PIG membership includes Trustee Kahele, Souza, Lindsay, and Galuteria. I am hopeful that this PIG, together with its expert advisors, will truly reflect the voices of the Lahui and remain grounded in our collective goal to restore our military lease lands back to our people. Kia koa pu, God bless all of you.
Thank you, Jermaine. Lehua, anyone else?
Yes, we have 2 more speakers.
Okay,
Our
great.
next speaker is James Maioho.
Aloha, James. James was also there last night, all the way out there in Maili. Yeah. Hasn't stopped raining.
Aloha, good morning. I am James Maioho. I'm really just seeking clarification on a couple points before you go into this pig. As the chair said, I was at the meeting last night, and the background material, the presentation, the genealogy of the Aina and of the issue was really well presented. And it's really important that everybody understands some of these things, because in this issue, the danger and the devil is really in the details, the small details of what's going on. Legally, it's a very complicated issue. Politically and public relations wise, it's really messy right now, and there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of confusion with Kanaka, with non-Kanaka voters, with the folks here, but there's a lot of confusion in Washington too over what's going on here. And so the clarification that I'm seeking, one, is in the presentation last night, you know, the chair brought up the NDAA, which legally is critical right now for what's been floated publicly by the governor and by Driscoll and things over this issue of condemnation or land exchanges. Another point in going through that the chair highlighted, which I think is very important, is that, you know, there was language that was suggested to go in there that, one, you know, would recognize OHA as the voice of Kanaka and have to be included in the conversations. And that's really important. The troubling thing for me with that issue was in the pre-conference in Washington, and if you look at the committee reports and things or get feedback from those folks, there was some surrounding language to that issue that would have fast-tracked land exchanges. A special circumstance for Hawaii that does not exist in the FY25 NDAA to be put into the FY26 NDAA, which would have given a really smooth path to that. Advertently or inadvertently, that was in there. It wasn't included in the final one. But the important part is that OHA was recognized as a voice that was retained. I didn't read the final signature version of it, but I read the rest of it. The clarification I want around that is what is OHA's position on this with this pig going forward? Is OHA, now that language is not going to be in FY26 and probably not in FY27 from the temperature I have in the room over there, about fast tracking land exchanges? If you're not going to support that, or is that what OHA supports going forward? That part's confusing to me and to the people asking me about this issue. So I'd like to understand that and then advocate that we don't, that the Kanaka don't, that OHA doesn't support, you know, those kind of special carve-outs. If there's going to be condemnation, my point of view would make them go through the existing mechanism under Title 10. It's a more complicated issue, you know, but without that language, they are forced to negotiate. And in some form or another, there's going to be negotiations to one degree or another. And it's important that Kanaka have a voice. So the other point of clarification that I asked for is how you're going to define Native Hawaiians going into these negotiations. Because the chair showed a poll last night, some polling data, which really reveals the problem, the crux of this issue, is there is a large information gap between Kanaka and their point of view and the average voter that's just catching headlines in the Star Advertiser. They don't understand the Kanaka point of view and grounding to Aina and protection of Aina that's lost on the folks in Washington too. So if you're going to go into these negotiations representing Native Hawaiians, are we representing Kanaka point of view, which that polling shows 90% people wanting an end to the terms of these leases and the Aina returned on that extreme. And the other people that were scared by the governor and the army in this PR roll up into thinking that there'd be something done by the end of this year, which is fascinating to me because all those parties knew it wasn't legal to do that now anyways. It's not, and it wasn't. The threats were without basis, thinking that maybe next year there would be basis for it. There isn't. So there has to be negotiations under normal Title 10, and those are the two things I'd like the board to address.
Thank you, Chief.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you. Next, Lewa.
Our last speaker is Tia Marie.
She's on.
Hi, aloha folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tia, we can hear you.
Okay, right on. Yeah, I was there at the community info session last night in Maili as well, and to just highlight the sentiments that Uncle James and Auntie Jermaine shared. I agreed that I was very impressed with the presentation that OHA shared as far as the history of these lands and the trust and fiduciary duties. And to Uncle James' point of highlighting that there is a very stark contrast in the Kanaka Maoli point of view of what should be done to these lands moving forward, or what should happen with this INA moving forward, and kind of a general public point of view. And I do think that it was definitely instigated or enhanced by a lot of what the executive branch and the governor and these kind of high level peoples have been sharing and putting out. But yes, so I'd like to restate again that my name is Tia Marie Namahana Masaniai Estrera, and I'm offering testimony as a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, a Kanaka Maoli Ho'oilina, and a Mo'opuna of Ko Hawaiʻi Pai'aina, someone who is also engaged in community work concerning trust lands and military use. So this testimony that I'm offering is in the spirit of seeking clarity around the trust responsibilities and duties that OHA will be upholding through this PIG, or, you know, if it is enacted and created, including the responsibility to step in when trust lands or resources have been harmed. So in previous situations where military use of Hawaiian trust lands has resulted in documented harm to Kanaka Maoli, to culture practices, and to the trust resources, and where history also shows that trust duties continue to apply even when national security concerns are raised, because that is a huge talking point that the governor and the Army Secretary and the United States of America use is national security, which I push against that of national security as a concept, but genuine security in Hawaii, of genuine security looking like clean water and lands that we can use to live on and grow food on, and that our future generations will have protected by us and our actions. So yeah, I'd just like to respectfully ask how OHA understands its role at this current stage of the process. More specifically, as negotiations are considered, I'd ask for the clarity on whether the purpose of that process is to evaluate whether continued military use is consistent with OHA's trust duties, including the full range of options such as non-renewal and land return, or if the purpose of that process is to proceed from an assumption that military use will continue, with negotiations focused on that, on those terms of continuation. So yes, if a PIG is established, I ask that its mandate clearly reflect that OHA's trust duties remain intact, meaning that the beneficiary rights are not waived, ongoing trust harm is not consented to, and restoration, including land return, remains a real and legally grounded outcome. So mahalo for the opportunity to share this mana'o and the steps that you folks are taking to be a valid and genuine representation of what Kanaka Maoli and Native Hawaiians are feeling in this moment. And I'd like to share my personal view that I definitely believe ending the leases completely, holding the U.S. Army and government accountable to restoring these lands to the same conditions they were leased to them in or better is definitely a point that I stand on. And I believe that it's what our future OPO deserve from us and from entities and groups like this. So looking forward to what that's going to look like and entail. Mahalo, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia Marie. Anyone else sign up to speak?
There is no one else signed up to speak.
Okay, great. So we have the motion on the table. I'll just preview the permitted interaction group as it is proposed before the board. So in the background and discussion section, it has the history of all of the leases throughout the state of Hawaii that are currently in existence. They start expiring between 2020 and 2031. And that all of these lands form part of the public land trust that originate from the crown and government lands of the Hawaiian Kingdom, like Trustee Akaka had mentioned earlier. These leases are held by the Department of the Army, the Department of the Navy, the Department of the Air Force. The Department of the Navy is working together with NASA on the island of Kauai to lease and continue leasing land that they have been leasing since the early 1960s. There's backgrounds on the ceded lands and the public land trust, and then the role of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs as it relates to this issue, and why OHA has legal and fiduciary standing on this issue. It includes the Department of Defense requirements for consultation with OHA as explicitly published in Department of Defense Instruction 4710.03 that requires DoD components to consult with NHOs or Native Hawaiian organizations when working in community that includes Indigenous and Native Hawaiian issues. The FY26 National Defense Authorization Act, which was approved by the United States Senate yesterday and is currently sitting at the President's desk for signature, does do something unique in this NDAA. It specifically creates a special advisor to the Commandant for Tribal and Native Hawaiian Affairs, Commandant being the Commandant of the Coast Guard. And so why this NDAA creates explicitly a special advisor to the Commandant for Tribal and Native Hawaiian Affairs was felt important by the Senate and House Armed Services Committees, but in that process defined what a Native Hawaiian NHO organization is. And what the legislation does is it identifies an NHO as the meaning and term given in Section 6207 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, which included Native Hawaiian education programs in federal legislation. But what the NDA does today is it includes the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs explicitly in the definition of what an NHO is. And so this may be the first time that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is explicitly by name mentioned in the top level national defense policy document for this fiscal year. And that's a big deal. And once the president signs that into law in the next day or two, that will become the law of the land. And OHA, again, will be recognized in not just federal laws, but also in the consultation, arena that OHA participates in. And so that is also part of the permitted interaction group. It acknowledges the Governor's Advisory Committee that was formed on November 13th, where OHA's interim administrator, Summer Silva, was appointed to this committee along with other Native Hawaiian members of the committee. It recognizes the federal political and trust relationship between the United States and the Native Hawaiian community. And it calls out Public Law 103-150, the apology resolution that acknowledged the illegal U.S. role in the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom, as well as the creation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and over 250 now today federal laws that support Native Hawaiian education, health, housing, and cultural resource protection. And statutes and agency instruction that require consultation with Native Hawaiian organizations when federal actions affect cultural or sacred resources. And upon the signing of the NDAA, Native Hawaiian organizations will explicitly name the Office of Hawaiian Affairs as one of those consulting agencies. So the recommended actions for this permitted interaction group, which would include myself, Trustee Souza, Chair Emerita Lindsay, and Trustee Galataria, would be to do a number of things. The first of all would be to provide quarterly board updates to the Board of Trustees on this particular issue. It will engage staff support and research. And I'm going to bring up ʻAla. She might as well come up right now because we'll ask her a question on that. ʻAla, if you can join us. Just for some brief commentary on what that would entail. It does establish a technical advisory group, and I'm open to other recommendations that may be missing from this technical advisory group. But what was really important was that we pulled together subject matter experts as part of this negotiation PIG that were thoughtful and were experts in areas of negotiation and valuation appraisal and legal litigation and administrative law, that we had kiaʻi and aina stewards, aina warriors, and cultural practitioners, that we also had military experts and advisors and potentially retired members of the United States Armed Forces to provide military training and infantry experience and expertise to this negotiating PIG, that we had political science and public policy experts, international law, history, and academia, as well as the OPIO, like Tia Marie mentioned, and the next generation of Native Hawaiian leaders to serve on this technical advisory group. And then finally, it directs the communications team to work on a statewide and national communication strategy for long form, short form, and digital media so that we can do public education for our beneficiaries and our policymakers and the general public regarding testifier James Maioho and Tia Marie, and also Trustee Ahuna mentioned that education is really important on this particular issue. And you know, the at least two now public community listening sessions we have and educational sessions we've had have been very, very good. Summer and myself did the first one at Chilo. ʻAla and myself did the one last night in Maili. And our presentation has evolved even from Hilo's presentation. We also encourage and welcome the opportunity for other trustees to do these presentations and to you know, utilize the slide deck that we have and put together presentations to your community and work with advocacy to do that. I'm happy to do them as well, or we can have two trustees to participate. And so I'm happy to join you, but I really want to include everyone in this. And I want to thank both ʻAla and Summer for your work on this, as well as your teams. Any thoughts or comments on how that went last night, the listening portion, just for the trustees?
Yeah, mahalo, Chair. I don't know if anyone had the opportunity to watch it last night. I think it's still evolving. I thought it went well. I agree that we could have more time still for community comments. There was a lot of conversation that we had even after the filming stopped and the live stream stopped. There were people who still wanted to share their perspectives. So it was a lot of positive feedback that we received. But we are looking in the advocacy team at, you know, transcribing, formalizing, making sure we have all of the comments that are given at the sessions as part of our record, and how we can use that moving forward with the rest of our engagement. But it is a work in progress, and it's going well.
We did record Olelo in high definition, the Hilo presentation, which ran over 2 hours long and was extremely content heavy. But that is hung on our website as well. And I think last night we cut it to maybe an hour and a half. There's just so much information to share that
15 minutes in
Yeah.
Hilo to an hour and a half last night. So
that's great.
what-
Our goal is to get it to an hour.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that actually why the Olelo live stream or recording is on our website is that people can watch it ahead of time. So that when they come, they already have that foundational knowledge of the issue so that we don't need to get into too much detail and we can get more to the community listening Q&A piece as well. But I guess ʻAla specifically, this recommendation to include a comprehensive kapakai analysis. Your thoughts on that and what that would entail? That would be a enduring process.
Yeah, so honestly, I think we should connect with the LNR as the ultimate accepting agency for the EIS. But our goal with proposing that OHA do the hard work is to make sure that it's done well and to give our beneficiaries the platform that they deserve in a written document, which is what a good kapakai is, right? It is part of the record of decision making that sets forth. There was a cultural impacts analysis done by the Army as part of the EIS. Some of them are very good, but that's still not the same as the state agency and the government executing its own trust duties, right, with respect to Native Hawaiian. So a private applicant cannot do the government's duty to protect Native Hawaiian traditional and customary rights. Only the government can do that, and we are a government agency. So I believe we should be able to fulfill that role, but we should talk to DLNR about that sooner rather than later. But we want to be sure that it's done in the most comprehensive way.
Would that take resources?
It will take staff time, and yes, we will need to be in the community. And as we mentioned, community meetings take resources as well.
Okay. Why don't you stay there, ʻAla, for a second? So, trustees, that is the permitted interaction group, negotiating PIG, and the justification is for approval and recommendation and moving to the next phase in this process for OHA. Do you have any questions for either myself or for ʻAla or any of the administration to help put this together? Trustee Ahuna.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question. I don't know the answer to it. I'm just asking. So this permitted interaction group is only OHA people, or do we put on other like beneficiaries from just to add? I don't know how it works.
So it's a good question. So the PIG by name would names 4 trustees to the negotiating PIG. Of course, it can and will include supporting staff and administration here. But what it is proposing is to establish a non-OHA technical advisory team that would come from subject matter experts in the various different fields of expertise that is in the 5th recommendation of the PIG. So yes, it would include others that would be serving on a voluntary basis. Maybe they would be engaged on a quarterly basis to provide some of the different perspectives and expertise that the negotiating PIG would want to have, so that ultimately it can bring the right recommendations to the rest of the trustees so that we can, if needed to, make a decision on something.
Yeah, yes. As we go around these communities and listen to the beneficiary comments, one of the comments I heard in the Hilo meeting was there's a group of Native Hawaiian organizations that have come together that is being, they're trying to head a task force that they want to get in front of it too. So I just was bringing this up because there's a lot of people out there that really want to be a part of this. And I just was hoping that these people that have stepped up to the plate can be a part of this. Thank you. That's all.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there are parallel efforts happening on this particular issue. What distinguishes OHA from some of those other organizations is the statutory and constitutional power that we have. And that's the difference. And so we want to leverage and pull in those resources and to complement what other efforts are currently happening in the community. As David Price, who has come before us and testified, there are 39 organizations that signed on to a petition. That letter is hanging on our website for our communities, and it was noted last night. So Thank you. Trustee Kaka.
Yes, I want it to be clarified so that there's insurance too, that our people know that if there's any negotiations that are done, that the board is consulted so that we come to a decision that best represents our collective communities through this work. And this is one other way in which we can do that.
100%.
Yes. So I also wanted to note too that what was mentioned last night, I think it was good to mention and mirrored off of what I had mentioned in a previous meeting, is regarding the lands that are Crown and government lands that fell under executive orders that they're now referring to as federal lands. That includes what was mentioned last night, which is Pōhakuloa. So I think that in this capacity and in others, that's part of the education that we need to remind those that are on those lands, even though they're referring to them as federal lands, that they fall under our Crown and government lands and that they must steward these lands accordingly. And we are so voiced to represent when it comes to our rights and stewarding our aina. Another point too is as we do site visits and we're meeting with groups, I'm reminded that there needs to be cultural training when it comes to our Native Hawaiian customs and traditions, as there are those that some practice that and they have coworkers that teach them, but that's not automatic. And I believe that's what Mr. Maioho had mentioned in testimony as well, that is lacking. And even though we are in Hawaii, we constantly are facing situations where we're learning that there are those that just don't have any thought process, yet they're making major decisions when it comes to what we have kuleana over as well. So I would recommend that when you are having these conversations within the community and with these individuals and groups that make certain decisions that are leasing our lands or overseeing our lands, that is part of the educational piece. Mahalo.
And I mean, you make a great point that those lands you're referencing that were conveyed via presidential executive order just days before the 5-year sunset date per the Admissions Act, conveyed 90,000 acres of ceded land to the United States of American fee. So though that is not part of the Public Lands Trust as identified by 5B and 5F of the Admissions Act, they are part of the ceded lands corpus. That's controlled by the United States of America today, and that has been used as the live fire weapons range for the last 50 years.
And I also want to note, to add to that, is it was very painful during our Pōhakuloa site visit to hear that, don't worry, this area is not part of the live fire, but over there, that area is, yet that's still our Crown and government lands, even though they see those as federal lands now. So that was hard to hear. And I think, to me, that really was a moment where I was reminded that they need help. They need help in learning what that kuleana entails, and it's not okay. So we need to help them get there.
And, Trustee Akaka, one thing OHA has not done to date is directly reached out to the service secretaries at the Department of Defense to initiate consultation and communication on this issue. Up until now, it's really been the executive branch communicating with the Secretary of the Army. And I believe it is time for OHA to reach out directly to the service secretaries, the Army, Navy, and the Air Force on these particular lands, especially the Secretary of the Army, who has actually designated a Hawaii point of contact, or the Secretary's designee in Hawaii, which is Lieutenant General Vowell. He's the Deputy Commanding General of the U.S. Army of the Pacific at Fort Shafter. And the intent is to reach out through General Vowell and the service secretaries to inform them that we would like to sit down and start communicating and establishing the communication channels between OHA and the Department of Defense on this particular issue. And the fact that the NDAA will, in the next day or two, now recognize OHA as a Native Hawaiian organization, I think gives us even further standing on this particular subject and issue. So that in my mind is the next phase of outreach.
With each individual or group that you're meeting with, I highly recommend that we offer to them the opportunity for training, cultural trainings, and education. I would say not as long as the hilo and the maili content, but that can be provided to them ahead of time. And that if they have any questions or clarification needed, they might truly appreciate knowing the history of these lands so that they know how to do better.
Well, and you know, part of these discussions is I have noticed they are in the room. They are there listening, and I welcome them being there. They're not in their military uniforms, but they're in civilian attire, and they are there to listen and to gather information, and that's good for them to hear. But I also think that OHA and our leadership reaching out to their senior leadership is really important.
Yes, and also during that site visit at Pōhakuloa, when I had asked certain questions, it was conveyed that those that were hosting us, and I mahalo them for hosting us at that site visit in Pōhakuloa, that they're not the ones to answer or make any decisions when it comes to, I had mentioned that our people are asking for land back, so that they can't speak to that.
Yeah.
So if they can have those, if we have future site visits, those representatives present, or for them to convey that message over, that would be appreciated.
Trustee Hona?
No, I just wanted to add off of her comment about federal lands, because we're gonna go to Kauai, and people don't understand what Ka'ula Rock means because they think it's our, but it's a, yeah, it's gonna be sad, you know, because people so the educational side from OHA is very important. So I just want to make sure that we ready, you know, in Kauai to talk about all those things before we even talk about our responsibility. Yeah. Thank you.
Trustee Kaka?
Although I have one other thing to add, and it's not just the military when it comes to these federal lands. It's mentioned in here when it comes to federal lands, that includes, for instance, like Volcano National Park. And for me, it's painful as a Native Hawaiian when you are trying to enter to perform your customary traditions and rites, that you're told, okay, where are you going to go? You can go there, and after that, you have to leave. And they need to be reminded, these are Crown and government lands. That's not pololei for you to say that. And I wouldn't want you to say that to anyone else. So again, that's part of the education. They need help. So they know when it comes to anybody that's onboarding or on their staff, so they know how to address when there are those that would like to visit the Crown and government lands of our Hawaiian Kingdom.
When I take my daughters to there you go.
Oh, now we know she's here.
Trustee Kaka, when I take my daughters to Volcano National Park, I don't take them to Thurston Lava Tube. Take them
It
to
is renamed.
Nānākuli
Yes.
Lava Tube.
Named as it should be.
Not Thurston, Nānākuli.
Well, they changed the signage for the lava tube. But yes, when you have to enter, if it's during certain hours and not during the federal shutdown, there are those that when you go in, you have to pay, whether by vehicle or the amount of people in there. There is, and a restaurants.
Okay. I do have one. Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman. Okay, I do have one question for ʻAla. In terms of the technical advisors that are listed, do you think we may want to add one other subject matter expertise, and that would be someone, if someone exists, skilled in UXO, remediation? Is there? I know there's NHOs that were doing remediation work in the not Kahuku training area, but the Parker Ranch training area. Are there potential individuals out there that might provide expertise? The reason I mention is Bill Ila mentioned that yesterday in terms of remediating and cleaning up Makua Valley, as he mentioned. So, your thoughts?
Yeah, that was actually a recommendation we had made as well from advocacy.
What would that be? How would that read?
Chair, I think it would be your call in the meetings of the PIG.
Okay. Do we want to explicitly name that just by amending it?
No, then you can call any expert you want during the meetings. Yeah, the main thing you're entertaining today are the four.
Okay, right. Okay. No discussion or discussion is complete. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galutaria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Wahi'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, going back to the Budget and Finance Committee, action item 25-101 has been canceled. Moving on to Board of Trustee action item 25-19. This is some changes to the OHA organizational chart as requested by the administration. Do we have someone, Keishan or Summer from the administration, that would just like to articulate the organizational chart recommended changes?
Yes, mahalo, and I have Director of Advocacy again, ʻAla with me. The organization chart has been proposed for update based on staffing needs that are critical and vital, and then some adjustments in terms of line of supervision for clarity purposes and to reflect what is actually happening in real practice, as opposed to what the organization chart as currently stated reflects. I'm going to let ʻAla speak to the advocacy position or chart change in more detail.
I'll be brief. I think most of the details in the action item, but basically the way the org chart was approved by the board in June is that there was one unfilled, or at the time there were several unfilled public policy advocate positions, but one of them would have more appropriately been under the ocean policy manager, which was a position that we discussed in some depth at the time of the budget decisions. The ocean policy manager the ocean policy division as a whole had been in place at OHA in prior administrations. It was in place from 2008 till 2021. And it really spearheaded all of our work in Papahanaumokuakea from when OHA was named as a co-manager in 2008 through us being added as a co-trustee in 2016. And the ocean policy team here at OHA really helped lead and educate community and push that effort through. And in the reorg, this particular group was phased out. But as explained in the action item, there is a lot of kuleana with being a co-trustee of Papahanaumokuakea. And in addition to the ocean policy manager position that's already on the org chart, that would be the point of contact and the lead with our other co-trustee agencies. It is necessary to have one public policy advocate that is hired with specific expertise to support that person, not only in executing all of our federal co-management duties as a co-trustee, but also implementing a larger ocean policy vision. That was also something that was a whole initiative that wasn't ever implemented, but we went out into community, we did surveys, we talked about the value and the importance of nearshore resources to our beneficiaries, and how there is basically a request from the community to have more OHA support in advancing coast stewardship and advancing community-based fisheries and advancing initiatives that protect coastal resources. And we want to be able to move forward and implement that ocean policy that was researched in coordination with the Papahanaumokuakea work, which already puts us into contact with the Cultural Working Group and other community networks that are so important and vital to this work. But with specifically having a public policy advocate under the ocean policy manager, we would recruit someone with expertise in ocean management issues, much as the ocean policy manager, and they would have a more specialized role, but they would still be helping to fulfill regular public policy advocate duties with respect to ledge session, but their off session work would be much more focused on ocean policy work.
Okay, thank you. Summer, the second one.
direct for the COO portfolio and ensure more clarity, accountability, and workflow. Large scale wise, we are more accurately aligning support functions with operational responsibilities and ensuring that our executive level support staff with the organization both. We also are aligning the organizational part with current agency operations and including a ministerial update to reflect the CEO title as Chief Administrator in line with Chief Operating Officer and the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you.
And other of the positions to make it very clear how the organization is structured and that the Chief Administrator is at the top of that organization.
Okay, thank you, Summer. I'm sorry, do we have any public testimony?
We do have one person online raising their hand. We have ʻIolani Sonora Pale.
Okay. And then we'll go to discussion and then vote. ʻIolani, are you there?
Aloha. ʻIolani Sonora Pali here. I apologies for coming on late. I wanted to testify on the permitted interaction group and the negotiations that you folks are entering in with the U.S. military. I had testified previously that we had public hearings in the summer of 2024 in the actual communities that would be impacted by the Army leases here on Oahu. There was a community hearing in Kahuku, in Wahiwa, and in Waianae. Hundreds of people came out, and all of the people in those hearings, that's in 2024, said no to the renewed leases. In 2025, we had, again, hundreds of people, thousands of testimonies. Yes.
Just for our own sunshine law's sake, we've already moved on from this item. So we can take your testimony in community concerns, or if the board wants to hear from ʻIolani now, we can do that now. Yep, no, it's good. Okay, great. The board has agreed to take your testimony now on this, so please continue.
Thank you. So sorry. I do have a full-time job, so I have to take off for this. Apologies for that. I didn't mean any disrespect on that.
No, go ahead.
So what my testimony is basically, in 2025, we had hearings for the Army leases at DLNR. Sorry.
ʻIolani, can you hear us? Because I think you're frozen on our screen.
Okay, well, if she comes back, she comes back. And we'll definitely take her testimony. Trustees, do we have any discussion? We have the motion on the table for the admin's approval of the org chart. Any discussion on that? No, roll call.
Trustee Oʻahu.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka. Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza. Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. And admin, we do appreciate the monthly publication of the org chart and sending it out to the trustees as new ohana come on to our staff. It's nice to see the names that are on there and see who are in these various payas so we can eventually meet them in different engagements. So thank you for that. Okay, we're going to 2520, which is the approval of a one-time deadline extension for Mauna Imauliola. We have Elena Fard in here. Elena, would you like to please come up? Do we have any testimony on action item 2520?
ʻIolani is back online.
We'll
and
take
she's
up,
the only
yeah,
one with her,
we'll
hand
do
up.
this. Let's do this first before you bring her on.
Okay.
Okay. Any testimony on 2520? Nope. Okay. So, the chair will place on the table the approval of a one-time deadline extension of Mauna Ola's ad hoc committee to complete its remaining deliverables. That includes recommendations for necessary course corrections to MIMO, OHA strategic plan to ensure continued alignment of the board's strategic priorities with its governance and fiduciary responsibilities by or before February 27, 2026. As the board is well aware, we have an ad hoc committee to reassess the Mauna Ola strategic plan that's chaired by Chair Huna, and also vice chaired by our senior director of strategy and implementation, will be Ellen Farden. So Chair recognizes Ellen Farden.
Mahalo, Chair and honored trustees. For the action item before you, I just want to call attention to three main sections. You'll find this in your packet. This will be on page 2 in section 3. It's under background and discussion, the formation and purpose of the ad hoc committee. Within that, you'll find a list of 10 deliverables in which the ad hoc committee is responsible for in doing the reassessment of Mauna Ola in order to provide recommendations to the board. With that, the second thing I want to call attention to for the board, you'll find that on page 3, this is under committee meetings and deliverables completed to date. You will see that of the 10 scheduled meetings that the ad hoc committee was chosen to meet, we were able to meet 8 of them. What's listed that's not here would be our last meeting on Tuesday, December 16th. And then the last thing I want to call your attention to, this will be on page 7 of 9. This is a proposed timeline for the remaining deliverables from December to February. In that, there are 3 main things that I do want to call out that would be of interest and of importance to the board in making that decision. The first would be the week of January 19th, 2026, in which the committee would submit a progress report to the board to show what our progress is and challenges. Also, February 5th, for the BOT meeting to present a BOT draft reassessment of Mauna Ola, including all the suggested changes. And then finally, by February 19th, to submit and present a final action item. With that, I'm happy to take any questions on our timeline and our final deliverables that are still yet outstanding.
Thanks, Elena, for that update. And I know the hard work that yourself and Chair Huna and Vice Chair Alapa, Co-Chair, are doing on this, as well as your staff. And I know it's been a busy fall with all the different conventions and things we've gone to. So we respect this opportunity to do that. But Chair Huna.
No, I just wanted to thank the board for giving Trustee Alapa and myself an opportunity to serve on this board. I'm very happy with what has transpired. We have a great vice chair. Lots of work been going on, but in December, like you said, there's a 2-week window where we don't come to work, and we need that extra 2 weeks. So we're asking today for an extension, and everything is in the deliverables that she's presenting today. And I'm just hoping that you guys can please pass this, and so we can do our job today. So thank you so much.
Part of it is extending because it is scheduled to dissolve at the end of the year. Yeah. Chair Alapa.
Once again, thank you so much for our committee and the being able to go over every aspect of our Mauna strat plan. And I would like to see that we complete that. Obviously, we need that extra time given our little holiday vacay that's coming up. So looking forward to the presentation before the board, because I think we're going to have some really great things to present to you folks.
Okay. Trustees, any discussion on that? Seems like a pretty reasonable request. And no public testimony, yeah? Okay, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thanks, Elena. Okay, trustees, we're at a point in the agenda now when we would have 2 more items, which is really informational in nature, which is the presentation of our 2026 schedule, and then also an update on a public land trust working group. We can pause here and recess for a break and for lunch, and then come back and do those 2 items, and then go into our executive session, or we can do those items now. Okay, great. All right. Let's distribute. Oh, you know what? Let's take ʻIolani's testimony since she's back. And if we can, yeah, we'll wait for that. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do these two items and then break for lunch before exec session. We have lunch, so we could break and you can go get, yeah. The chair provided lunch for the board, so, okay. I follow a good example, my good mentor. Yeah. Okay.
Aloha.
Aloha,
Thank you.
ʻIolani.
So sorry. I apologize for the disruption to your meeting. I just wanted to, I did have a break, so I did want to give my mana'o on your agenda item regarding the pig, regarding the military leases. So continuing on, in 2025, we did have 2 hearings on the Army leases at BLNR. Hundreds came out, thousands of pages of testimony, all asking for the leases not to be renewed. The BLNR told the Army and had asked the Army whether they were committed to redoing the EIS if they rejected it, before they rejected it, and the Army said yes. The process usually is that the EIS will go, they will have to redo their EIS because it was inadequate, and then it will come back to the BLNR, and then it'll go to negotiations. I know that there was that whole fear-mongering thing that the governor was doing with his timeline that ended up being not even real, and with the $10 billion that was non-existent. Now that we all know that this timeline is not the real actual timeline, and now that we know that there is no $10 billion, I would ask the board of the OHA board to go back to the process, to actually push for the open public process that has taken place, and it will, for that to continue. And that would be the best way forward, instead of making a new process. And another concern I have is the inclusion of NASA, which means that now you guys are looking at the Navy leases. Now, what the Navy and the Air Force had said publicly, it's in the news, that they are not interested in doing negotiations. They are committed to doing the process. And so my question here is, why are you giving the pig the ability to talk about negotiations with the Navy and the Air Force when they have made it very clear that they are committed to the process? And so that's just my concerns. And mahalo, sorry for the interruption, and just thank you for allowing me to share my concerns. Aloha.
Thank you, ʻIolani. Mahalo and happy holidays.
You too.
Okay. Let's jump to number 5. This is going to be the presentation of the 2026 schedule for the OHA board, and then that'll just take me a few minutes to run through that. Alina will be distributing that, and then we'll go to the update on Public Land Trust Working Group. So we have copies of the upcoming 2026 schedule. We also have a copy for the general public that's here. This will be posted on our website as well as on our board page. But this is our schedule as approved by the chair and the chairs of the standing committees for 2026. Looks somewhat familiar to what we did this past year, but I will note a few changes. We are going to stick with the same frequency of meeting twice a month, generally speaking. Wednesdays having our standing committee meetings, and Thursday having our board meeting, except for a few key dates. One of them being the first meeting of the standing committee will be on January 14th. And then the meeting of the Board of Trustees will skip the Thursday and go to January 16th. And that's because of former board chair and trustee Rowena Kana's funeral that is being held at Ka Wai Ola Church at 10 a.m. on January 15th. January 15th is the funeral service for former chair Rowena Kana at Ka Wai Ola at 10 a.m. So we are going to convene the board on Friday, January 16th. In February, the 2 asterisks there is for the BAE committee only. And so Chair Galutera wanted to preserve those dates as a critical time during the legislative session. Of course, he also reserves the right to call a meeting of the BAE committee at any time outside of the normal every other week schedule that we have. And the BAE committee will convene from 9 to 10. One change is the board meetings will start at 9 a.m. Unless otherwise notified, just like we did today. And I've also added two important dates for 2026, the election of the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the Board of Trustees, and the nomination and ratification of the standing committee chairs will be held on Thursday, December 3rd, 2026. And the following week, on Thursday, December 10th, will be the investiture of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Board of Trustees at ʻIolani Palace. And so this is the schedule for 2026 for our staff, and especially for Olelo, that needs to plan their schedules. At the bottom, as previously noted, this schedule does not include the annual meeting of the Board of Trustees on our neighbor islands as required by statute on Hawaii, Maui, Molokai, Lānaʻi, Kauai, and Oʻahu. Typically, we do those in the second half of the year, starting around June. And Chair would entertain your dates when we want to go to Maui and Kauai. If you have dates, we're going to start building out the calendar in the chair's office, and we'll happily take your dates, as well as the three historic dates we've done on the island of Oʻahu for trustee Akaka and the Oʻahu trustee. Any questions on the 2026 schedule?
I have a question.
Sure.
So, can we take a BOT date for the island meetings instead of having like 3 consecutive weeks of meetings? You know.
Say that again, just so I'm tracking.
For the island meetings, and we're talking about 4.
Maui.
We're talking about 4. Hawaii, well, I don't know what you want to do with, but you know, the 3 days was quite a bit much for us. But anyway, for the islands, in my case, I would like to take one of the board meetings in Maui.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So that we don't have to go 3 weeks in a row with
Absolutely.
meetings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
No
So,
problem.
and same thing with Molokai and maybe Kauai.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what you do with Hawaii is
Sure.
up to you.
Sure. And we haven't, I believe, I'm not sure where Civic Club Convention is going to be held next year. I know the date.
And it's
Oregon.
Oregon.
It's gonna be in Oregon.
Yeah.
Right. So that may be a date we may add on that's outside of the schedule. I don't know the exact dates of that convention yet. But yeah, no problem. Anyway, that's our schedule. And once we adjourn this meeting, the next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be on January 16th, 2026, Friday, 9 a.m. Any questions? Okay. Okay. Trustee Kaka.
I had looked it over when it was sent, but I'm looking it over again. And what's coming to mind is also the legislative session time. And previously, we would have, when I chaired BAE, as things changed so quickly with the committees and so forth at the legislature, it made sense to have weekly meetings so that when there's bi-weekly meetings, we're often missing the board's decision, what could be decided on when it comes to the position and testimony, and it helps our public policy team in being able to advocate on behalf of the board's decision making. So that's something to consider.
Sure. And I'll let Chair Galataria comment on that. But looking at so for example, looking at January calendar, the BAE committee will convene on January 14th. The following week, we're not having standing committee because that is the first day of the legislative session, January 21st.
Yeah.
BAE will convene again on Wednesday, January 28th. And then BAE will convene on the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, 25 throughout the whole month of February. And then Chair Galutera wanted to, it convenes on the 4th and the 18th. And he wanted to preserve the, depending on how the legislative session was going, the opportunity to call a meeting should he desire to on the 11th and the 25th of March before we get into April. So, Chair Gualtieri, any comments from your vice chair on your on the schedule?
No, I would agree. You know, she's been in the chair before, so she understands. So what I'll do next week is when I'm back in action, Trustee Akaka, I'll give you a call early next week, and we'll talk story about this. We're doing weekly stuff in the early part of the session, but there's a lot that's going to be happening. It's election year, and a lot of people are going to be posturing, and so we'll talk story about that next week. I'll give you a call early next week.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at it, there's only 3 weeks that BAE is not on this schedule: March 11th, March 25th, April 8th. That's it. 3 before the legislature sine dies. So I think you got a good schedule. April 1st, 15th, 29th. So yes, you're correct, Chair Emerita. April 8th and the 22nd would be 4 meetings if we added that in before the legislature convenes, which I think will probably be Friday, May 8th, or that week of the 4th week of May 4th, that week. Okay. That's our schedule. Chair Emerita, Public Land Trust Working Group, please provide us your update.
I'd like to call to the table Sherry Broder and Everett Ota.
Hi, Sherry. Interesting ringtone you have. Oh, okay. Oh, got me more curious now what that is.
So, thank you. Trustees, I asked to take a few minutes of your time to let you know what the Public Land Trust Working Group is doing. Recently, I got an invitation from the Speaker of the House, which I was pleasantly surprised and happy for because she's been very supportive on our behalf, which is something we haven't had ever since I've been here, actually. So I really, really appreciate her. Well, she had with her members of the Hawaii Executive Collaborative. Is that their right title? Do you know? Yeah. People like Corbett Kalama and Corbett Kalama and Bob Harrison, who is with First Hawaiian Bank. And they were very anxiously wanting to discuss with the group of us. And present at the meeting was also Don Chang. And they wanted to discuss how they can help us achieve a more fair public land trust payout. So I actually want to thank the members of the OHA side of the working group, which is Sherry and Trustee Brickwood. Thank you, Trustee, for all your support and your contribution. On the other side, the governor's side, we have Chair Don Chang, Ryan Kanakaole, and we did have Salaveria, the budget director, but he has since left and he's now at the University of Hawaii. His position has not been filled by the governor. So right now we're at 5, but we have an excellent support group. Now the purpose of the visit with the speaker and the collaborative group was to try to see how we can move forward, because this has been a pain in our okoles for years, and you know it's a tough subject. I have asked Everett and Sherry to zero in on what we zeroed in on that meeting. What is the difference between the state and OHA that we're not agreeing with, so that the numbers of the payout is so different? And this was brought to our attention by Mr. Harrison in this meeting. Apparently, the state doesn't feel they should pay us for some of the ceded land trust, and we feel that they should. So we looked at those different items to determine how many and how do we tackle them so that we can be in sync with the state and come to a fair number that's supposed to be ours. So I'd like to turn the time over to Everett and Sherry, if you'll present what we talked about yesterday. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you and good afternoon again, trustees. With me is
Are you on?
I believe so. If I'm not coming through clearly, then
You got to get closer.
oh, I'm very close to the mic. Okay. Thank you, trustees. With me again is Sherry Broder, who's been our long time outside counsel for OHA, as well as more recently, relatively speaking, for ceded lands and public land trust matters. Sherry is also a member of the Public Land Trust Working Group, as mentioned by Chair Emerita Lindsay. What I presented was presenting for Trustee Lindsay is a quick update on the Public Land Trust Working Group. More specifically, it's to speak to those items that Trustee said came out of the meeting with the Hawaii Executive Collaborative members, focusing on the traditional discrepancies or disagreements, rather, of the PLT sources that are OHA has claimed we are entitled to. But first, I'll begin with just a quick refresher on the Public Land Trust Working Group, as well as Act 226, which set up the working group. Next slide, please. In 2022, as you all recall, the PLT amounts that OHA receives annually was changed via Act 226, which increased the amount of revenues OHA receives annually from 15.1 million, which had been established in 2006, to 21.5 million, which is the amount that we currently receive each year from the state. The payment is divided into quarterly payments, PLT receipts that are received from the state. The change to the amount wasn't really explained in the legislative history of Act 226. It's just an increase in the amount, but without that, more detailed calculation that has been a part of prior PLT legislation. In addition to the increase to the annual payment, Act 226 also provided a one-time transfer of 64 million, which were underpayments that OHA had received. It's really the difference between 15.1 million and 21.5 million since the 2012 transfer of parcels from Kaka'ako Makai. So it's 10 years, right? The difference over that 10 years, 6.4 million. And that's resulting in the 64 million that was transferred as a lump sum in 2022. This was paid through the general funds of the state. Next slide, please. 2022, oh, go back one slide, please. One slide back. This Act 226 also set up the PLT working group, which also put out certain provisions that the working group needed to meet. They are a land inventory of ceded lands, a accounting of the income and proceeds from the public land trust, and then a determination of what is owed in terms of the 20% to OHA for the betterment of conditions of Native Hawaiians. So these are pretty large tasks, and the working group has met over the last year and a half or so since its inception, or since its establishment under Act 226. It also transmitted, next slide please, a interim report to the legislature at the end of last year, about a year ago, as to the work that the working group performed. There's been other efforts of the working group, including supported legislation to try to seek funding for some of those inventory tasks that were identified in the purview established under Act 226. But those funding efforts have not been successful to this point. Next slide, please. The more recent ask of Chair Emerita via Speaker Nakamura and the Hawaii Executive Collaborative representatives was to identify those areas of historic disagreement between OHA and the state as to what revenue sources are subject to OHA's pro rata share and should be transferred to OHA in really an updated annual amount. This is, of course, work that should be familiar to the trustees because it's been the basis of prior PLT bills by OHA seeking up to $80 million in PLT monies annually. But I just, for the purposes of the inquiry, as well as a refresher for this board, I'll just quickly go through those differences in what the state currently transfers that made up the now the $21.5 million, as well as what additional sources could contribute to that significant increase that OHA has sought in the past. Next slide, please. Again, this is, sorry, I'll just move on. So there's a large amount of money that we have identified as subject to OHA's pro rata share. These are based on an fiscal year 2016 review that was done by OHA through outside accountants and other consultants to look at what is the full reporting of PLT that should be done by the state. So these include other sources that are not typically identified by the state, but we know are attributable to PLT transfers. Those transfers are based on a historic definition under Act 304 that was the longtime basis for what OHA is entitled to for PLT monies. This has largely continued to serve as the basis for transfers by the state to OHA. It's just been inconsistently applied by the state in terms of what sources they actually identify and transfer to OHA. But in many cases, it's kind of what's been kind of the past practice or what's most convenient to the state. But it is an area, right, that's the basis with our updated number, which we believe should be closer to at least 80 million, and that's only based on FY16 numbers. There's some historical sources, most important, the airport revenues, which were for a long time a large amount that contributed to the PLT transferred amount to OHA. These amounts were, to be, they continue to be the basis of OHA claim to a significant increase in PLT monies, but they just cannot be transferred directly from the airport revenues per the Federal Airport Improvement Act and further clarified through the Forgiveness Act. But they still support OHA. I mean, they still should be transferred and made up from other sources by the state. In addition, there's also non-patient hospital revenues, such as those produced from commercial activities to hospitals. These revenues have been transferred to OHA in the past. And again, based on FY16 numbers, they could result in a significant increase to the PLT amount. Next slide, please. This slide is just, it's been shown in various forums, but it's just really showing the historical transfer of airport revenues as a component of PLT payments to OHA. It has made up, right, it has been referenced in prior legislation, in settling on a specific amount, or it has, of course, specifically been transferred, up until the point of not those payments being stopped, through the OHA v. state litigation. Sorry, anything you want? I've been trying to go through a bunch of things. Maybe I should pause even for Sherry to contribute anything. Okay. That's fair. Okay. Just to continue through the presentation. Next slide. The other areas, there are newly identified sources from the FY16 report. I'm sure if we did another financial review, we'd probably be able to identify other sources of revenue from the state. These were just the ones identified in the FY16 report. Next slide, please. And then there are also the sources that OHA has previously claimed and is actually the subject of litigation, that was based on the Act 304 definition of revenues. And these make up some significant potential increases that, again, has been the basis of past OHA PLT bills, including one that was introduced in 2022. So these are in total the major sources of disagreement between OHA and the state, and the sources that could be used that have been used to arrive at that 80 million number, which is again based on FY 2016 financial review data. Okay. I think that is about it. Just to note, I think finally, again, that these are based on those FY 2016 numbers that was themselves based on a separate financial review. We don't have this level of detailed data and analysis of agency numbers. That is something that's, I think, part of the work contemplated by the working group. So it's difficult to bring to this table more updated numbers. These could be just the sources, though, that we look for in any kind of new effort to update the annual amount to a more accurate number for OHA and its beneficiaries. At this point, that's the conclusion of the presentation. I'll turn it over to Sherry for additional comments, and then, of course, any questions from the trustees.
The main work of the working group has been to look at not just the numbers, but also the land inventory. And of course, since the PLT is based on the lands held by the state that were formerly ceded lands, without an accurate inventory, it's hard to be confident that the numbers that are then extracted are correct. So we've gone to the legislature year after year, the PLT working group. We supposedly agreed unanimously that we would try to get money from the state for an audit of the land inventory, which now exists, which is the Public Land Trust Information System, which was made by DLNR, and an audit of the reporting by the agencies. And the basic fundamental problem is that all the reporting for the lands and reporting for the financial revenue is self-reporting by the state agencies. So of course they have their own self-interest of maybe not, I'm not saying anybody's being bad, but of course they want to keep as much revenue for themselves as they can. So we've gone every year to the legislature to get funding for a third-party independent audit, and we haven't been able to do that. Even though it seems like we're getting unanimous agreement, we don't the funding doesn't get included in the governor's budget. And even though promises were made to us that we could do a match and the state would do a match, it still didn't make it in the governor's budget. And I don't feel that the enthusiasm for the funding is followed through on at the legislature. So that's one thing I wanted to add. The other one is Act 304, which was passed when John Waimānalo was governor. And that laid out two categories: proprietary revenue and sovereign revenue. And so OHA would not get 20% of sovereign revenue, and it was all agreed upon. But at that point in time, it included the airport revenue. And so when the statute was struck down, the state still continues to use those definitions, or in my view, my description is they cherry pick what's in their best interest, the state's best interest, but not in OHA's best interest. So, I keep suggesting that we go back to Act 304, but we follow it loyally rather than for the benefit of one side or the other. So, I've worked on the Public Land Trust and OHA's pro rata share for more years than I'm willing to admit. But, I guess the bottom line is, to me, it seems that the state's yearly budget is $17 billion and OHA's getting 21.5 million, and all the lands of the state, 99% are probably formerly ceded lands. So I think fundamentally what's happening is unfair.
Okay. Great. Chair Murda.
I just want to say that the last bill that was entertained at the legislature was Senate Bill 903. And that bill was extremely dangerous to OHA because it stated that the state wanted to have a global settlement. And that is something that we cannot agree on because we cannot make that kind of decision for the future of our lahui. They need to be involved in that decision because after all, the land's not going away. And we need to make sure that their interests, resources and interests of Malama, the land, is perpetuated forever. So that is a challenge that we have because we do get pressured, and I know it's not only us that's in the working group, but other people. I think that our chair was pressured last year when that bill was introduced because it was in our bill. But it does have that in it. And that bill is being carried over to this legislative session. So I think that we need to make sure that it doesn't go forward. And if there's any additional bills that can be constructed, that is something that the interior of the working group in OHA that will be deciding in the early part of January. We need to discuss a strategy maybe of how we can move forward with some way to perpetuate our interests and protect our land and our resources.
Chair?
Are there any questions from the trustees?
No, Chair, I just wanted to mention something.
Good.
Yeah, and this has to do with the two matters on the table are one of, the deficient numbers that are coming in. And then secondly, something that we are paying attention to is an inconsistent reporting process. It's very inconsistent. The formula by which each department uses in order to report is different. So in order for us to get the real numbers reported, because it's almost an honor system on how you report these numbers. And that means everybody has a different rule book on how and when to report. And so what's going to happen, what we need to see happen is an act of, a legislative action in order to be consistent. That's where the rules of engagement are going to have to come from. It's legislative mandate on what the formula really is. So just giving you folks another, idea of what the PLT group
Good point.
has been looking at as well. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Our discussion.
Questions for Chair? What's just for summary, what's next steps?
Next steps is we were discussing that we, OHA side, need to discuss a strategy of a new bill to come out this, and we've had the cooperation of some of the representatives that's working with the speaker. That, for example, Representative Kirsten, that she would be willing to introduce a bill for us, and maybe we have some friends on the Senate side, but we have to try.
Is advocacy draft drafting, yes.
Yeah,
and
I think
Advocacy has drafted a bill.
Oh, we're taking a look at different measures by which we can advance these ideas. There may be things that are already moving that we can attach ourselves to, or, you know, we got to figure out who's going to be introducing it as well. I must say, I'm very pleased, and I know Chair Emerita is pleased that the speaker has been very, very helpful in this. And, you know, frankly, I haven't had a conversation with the Senate side, but we have, in fact, Speaker Nakamura invited us up to her office, and she brought in several other Senate leaders, House leaders, to start the dialogue, you know. Yeah.
Okay, great. Trustee Kina has his hand raised.
Thank you. Sherry, what's the current status of accounting for the ceded lands in the Public Lands Trust? The inventory wise.
Well, we did the OHA funded its own audit of the numbers from 2016, but there has been no third-party independent review of the current numbers. When we did do the 2016 audit, we did find quite a few things that were wrong or were underreported, and some of the agencies did make some changes. The University of Hawaii doesn't report at all, so we don't have any idea. I mean, they do report things like, you know, the machines that sell chocolate bars or the laundry, some parking, but that's it, just little things, but they don't report overall. So, you know, I would say that it's not acceptable, the current state of the accounting.
Thank
you. And mahalo nui, Sherry, for all that you've been doing through these years and helping advocate alongside us when it comes to our kuleana with the Crown and government lands. Mahalo. This conversation is making me think maybe perhaps a bill needs to be introduced where it requires all of the various entities that are on our Crown and government lands to provide reports.
Well, I mean, most of them are providing reports. Most of them are providing reports, but then the issue on the ones that are providing reports is whether or not it's accurate. So that's a problem. And then, of course, if the inventory is not accurate, not incomplete, then there's an underlying issue there. So, you know, I mean, maybe there should be a bill to require all state agencies to use the same type of reporting, you know, the same formulas, but they, you know, they're all using different things. You know, but I think the fundamental issue why we've got to have a third-party independent review is everything is self-reporting. The land inventory is self-reporting to deal.
Thank you, Sherry. Thanks, Everett. Thanks, Chair, on the update. Look forward to your work this legislative session on it. Okay, we are at the point of exec session. However, if it's okay with the board, I'd like to take it out of order, just for the interest of anyone from the public that would be here to testify on, without placing it on the table, action item number 7. And so, if it's okay, if you have unanimous consent with the board, we'll take public testimony on that, then recess. Exec set. I'll go get your lunch. You may come back. We'll do exec session, and we have our legal team here for exec session. Is that okay? Right here. Yeah. Okay. So the chair would like to now recognize Jermaine for public testimony on action item number 7. Welcome, Jermaine.
Thank you. Aloha, honorable trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers, and I am an OHA beneficiary. I stand by my previously submitted written testimony, which I sent to the trustees after I was not provided the opportunity to deliver my oral testimony at the prior OHA Board of Trustees meeting. Today's for action and decision-making item, consideration of the paid leave status of OHA Administrator Stacy Ferreira and related staffing matters involving interim administrator Summer Silva, raises serious procedural and legal concerns. This action violates Kapohana Stacy Ferreira's right to be present and her legal counsel during any discussion or decision affecting her paid leave status. I have also previously stated my position that the board violated Hawaii Sunshine Law when it discussed Kapohana Stacy Ferreira during executive session and also appointed Summer Silva as interim administrator during the same executive session on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. I caution the trustees against proceeding on these matters in the absence of Kapohana Stacy Ferreira and her legal representatives. Kia kua pu, God bless all of you.
Thank you, Jermaine. Just stay right there, Jermaine. Okay, anyone else signed up to testify on this agenda item?
No one else has signed up for this item.
Okay, great. Next item is our executive session. Chair recognizes Jermaine to speak on this action, agenda item.
Aloha, honorable trustees. I continue to stand by my previous testimonies concerning this executive session legal matter related to Stacy Kealohalani Ferreira versus OHA, civil number 1CCV-25-0001822. I have reviewed the court docket and note that 2 days ago, on December 16, 2025, OHA filed a motion to dismiss along with exhibits A through F. The upcoming events in this case include a scheduling conference on January 20th, 2026, and a hearing on the motion on February 12th, 2026. I reiterate my earlier testimony. As trustees, you each hold fiduciary duties of care, loyalty, and good faith to the beneficiaries of this public trust. Those duties require that board actions be accurate, fair, and grounded in a complete factual record, particularly when those actions may affect the reputation, or legal rights of OHA officers and employees. I believe today's agenda item, specifically concerning the $6 million drawdown era and the $576,609 withholding, was created by two individuals only.
Jermaine, that's not on. Please testify to the executive session, please.
It is. It is regarding the executive session. It's related to the lawsuit. I'm pointing out that this is also going to be part of the lawsuit.
Please contain your comments to the agenda item, which is the executive session, please.
This is related to the lawsuit. I'm making a data view and argument that what you just put on today's agenda regarding the $6 million drawdown is now going to become part of the lawsuit. Can I finish?
Please contain your comments to the item on the agenda, which is the executive session, as it is stated on the agenda.
Since you keep interrupting me, I'm going to ask Sunshine Law, I'm going to ask OIP if you violated my Sunshine Law rights to share my data, views, and arguments regarding this agenda item as it's written. And I will present to all the trustees the rest of my testimony, since you are interrupting me. And you are now interfering with my rights to give Sunshine Law.
Jermaine, I'm not interrupting.
Yes, you are.
Doing my job as
You
board
didn't
chair.
even want to hear the rest of it, because I spoke to CFO Ramona Hank regarding today's action item. So I'm just letting the trustees know that presenting this disputed or incomplete facts in a public agenda while related litigation is pending raises serious concern about fair process, fiduciary responsibility, and whether this board is exercising its authority in a manner consistent with public trust obligations. This approach reflects poor governance, causes reputational harm, and further supports the claims raised in Kapohana Ferreira's pending lawsuit against OHA. And this needs to stop. I'm not going to go backwards into what I was going to say as far as all of my testimony because I was interrupted. Kia kuapu, God bless all of you.
Else signed up to speak on this agenda item?
No one else is signed up on this item.
Okay, trustees, once we conclude our executive session, we'll return to open session to provide a report on the discussion and to complete the remaining items on our agenda. Can I get a motion to go into executive session pursuant to HRS section 92-5?
So moved.
Trustees, any discussion on that executive session? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna, Trustee Akaka.
Next.
I can come back to you. Trustee Akina,
Aye.
Trustee Alapa, Trustee Lindsay. Going into executive session. Okay. Trustee Galuteria,
Aye.
Trustee Souza,
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes. We will be moving into executive session.
Okay, so trustees, we're take a break. There is lunch. You can grab your lunch. open session, and the chair would like to report out that no action was taken in executive session as the board met with its legal counsel to get information update on the matters relating to the Stacy Kealohalani Ferreira lawsuit versus the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. The chair would like now to take up action item 7 for action and decision making. This is consideration of the OHA Administrator Stacy Ferreira's paid leave status and related staffing matters involving interim OHA Administrator Summer Silva. Chair has a motion for the Board of Trustees. The motion is to confirm that Stacy Ferreira will be put on personal leave in lieu of administrative leave pending completion of the investigation. That is the motion. Trustees, will have a discussion? Hearing none.
Mr.
Roll call.
Chair.
Trustee Aquino.
Thank you very much. May I respectfully ask why this is the first time we are actually seeing that specific wording or that motion? I definitely need some moments to think about it.
That is the motion that is presented by Board Counsel, and it affirms the action and decision making that was publicly agendized on the agenda. So the motion is to confirm that Stacy Ferreira will be on personal leave in lieu of administrative leave pending completion of the investigation.
So to follow that up, the phrase "in lieu of administrative leave," does that represent that she is not in fact on administrative leave?
I'll defer that answer to the Board Counsel.
Yeah. Can you repeat your question? Because I don't understand the distinction you're making or the.
If we vote to say that she is or shall be on personal leave, does that mean we are also saying that she is not on administrative leave with reference to the phrase "in lieu," which means in place of administrative leave? Would that be our representation?
So my understanding, and this is from discussion with Anna Lentosneed, and I will ask her to flag me down if I am wrong. OHA's policy is that the majority of it is administrative leave, and the board may allow people to take personal leave in lieu of being on administrative leave. Did I state that correctly, Anna? Yes.
So you're telling me that if we affirm this resolution, we are saying that she has not been placed on administrative leave?
I don't believe that's what we're saying.
But based on how you responded to me, would it be a fair interpretation of the public or other parties that we're saying she's on personal leave, but is not on administrative?
I think any interpretation for other parties, I'm not going to guess at. What you're saying by affirming this is you're saying she is on personal leave. She is not on administrative leave. We are accepting her as being on personal leave. However, if I may, personal leave, to my understanding, is within the grander context of administrative leave. Anna, if I'm wrong, shake your head. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and I respect your statement as one of our lawyers that your concern is not with what other people think. There are limited parties that are being addressed now. However, as trustees for the Lāhui and as stewards and representatives who hold statewide office, we must be concerned with what people think, especially when it involves something that traditionally is in the realm of administrative action directed toward an employee. So whether or not she's on administrative leave is a significant issue, and it could have an impact on reputation.
Thank you, Trustee Aquino. Trustees, any other discussion? Trustee Kaka.
Yes, I would like clarification as to why this motion is being brought before us.
Trustee Kaka is asking why the motion is being brought before us. That's on our agenda. Is that your point?
Yes, but why is it on our agenda for us to vote on today?
I don't understand your question. Right. On September 23rd, Stacy conveyed to the Board of Trustees in an email communication that she is taking personal leave. This board action is to accept that decision that Stacy Ferrer made to take personal leave.
Is this protocol for a board to have to
Yes.
accept? Because this is news to me.
Yeah. I'm going to table the discussion and call for the roll call vote. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna, Trustee Akaka, Trustee Akina,
Ole.
Trustee Alapa, Trustee Galuteria,
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. No. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihi'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Can you please put that motion back on
Sorry.
so I can?
Yep.
Ole.
You have 4 no votes and 5 yes votes.
Okay, the chair would like to make a motion to confirm interim appointment of Summer Silver as interim administrator for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, along with temporary assignment paid during this period. Trustees, any discussion? Trustee Aquino. Turn on your mic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it not the case that Summer Silva is our interim administrator, and that the board has acknowledged this, and that is something that's been communicated to the whole organization and to the public? Is it not the case that that's already so?
The motion that's before the board is to do this in an open session and in an openly, publicly agendized open session, which is the recommendations from board counsel.
What was the problem of doing this in an executive session?
Well, I'll defer that to board counsel. Both, and we also have Anna here that could provide some color to that.
Thank you. I'd like to reword my question if I may. Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Why then was this done in a closed session rather than, as we are proposing to do it today, in an open session?
On September 23rd?
Yes.
I apologize, I don't know, I was not here. However, one of the allegations in the lawsuit is that it was improperly done in an executive session. So to address that and simply moot the claim, it's appropriate to revote in public session without regard to whether it was right or wrong, good or bad, to act the way you did on the 23rd. That makes sense.
Trustee Kina, does that answer your question?
Not fully. What I'm hearing you say is that this is a legal strategy.
It's what I'm saying is the lawsuit claims that it was improperly done in executive session. We don't think that's correct. We don't think there was any impropriety, but rather than spend time, money, and effort addressing that question, it's easiest, most efficient and effective and consistent with your fiduciary responsibilities to steward OHA as effectively as you can to vote again in public session.
Has there been any complaint filed with a state agency that it was improper for us to have voted for to affirm the new interim CEO in executive session?
I'm not aware of anything other than the lawsuit. And that's not to say there may not be some, there could be something out there that we're not yet aware of. But I'm not aware of anything other than the allegations in the lawsuit.
Thank you, Trustee Aquino.
Thank you.
Trustee Souza? We're good. Trustees, any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Akaka? Oh. Trustee Aquino?
I've already affirmed my support for the interim administrator, so I will vote no on this superfluous motion.
Trustee Alapa? Trustee Galuteria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay?
Aye.
Trustee Souza?
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes. Yes.
Chair Kahele?
Aye.
And Trustee Akaka?
ʻAʻole.
We have 6 yes votes and 3 ʻaʻole.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Board Counsel, for providing legal counsel for us today. Okay, trustees, we are moving on to the next item of our agenda, which is community concerns and celebrations. Lehua, do you have anyone signed up to speak on community concerns and celebrations?
Yes, we do have 3 people signed up. Our first speaker is Jermaine Myers.
Okay, great. Following community concerns and celebrations, we'll do announcements, and then following announcements, we will adjourn. We thank all the trustees for your time and attendance today and the work that we have at hand. Jermaine, welcome.
Aloha, honorable trustees. It's interesting that September 23rd, during executive session, you came out and you said that summer is your interim, but now you're saying that you didn't make a decision to put Kapuhana on administrative leave. And that after you came out of open session and assigned her the role of interim administrator, then the email came out. So it's going to be very interesting in litigation. My name is Jermaine Myers, and I am an OHA beneficiary. Mahalo for the opportunity to share my community concerns today, which I'm so glad that it's recorded, as the September 23rd meeting was as well. First, I would like to extend my aloha to Chair Kahele and Chair Advocate Lānaʻi for OHA's thorough presentation at last night's military lease lands briefing. I sense that some may have felt the chair was singing to the choir by revisiting the historical facts surrounding how these lands came under U.S. and state control. However, I believe it was both important and necessary that OHA clearly demonstrate its understanding and respect for the history of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Chair Kahele also thoughtfully laid out the many nuances and complexities that we, as the Hawaiian people, are facing during this historically significant moment. I deeply appreciated the mana'o shared by community advocates, particularly the passion expressed by former DLNR and DHHL Chair William ʻAla, as well as the heartfelt testimony of former OHA staff member Davis Price. I also want to acknowledge the many younger Hawaiians who attended last night's briefing. Their energy, passion, and presence brought life to the discussion and gave me hope for the next generation of leadership. On a different matter, since I did not have the opportunity to express my serious concerns regarding action item BF 25-101, since I was working yesterday, I would like to formally share my appreciation to the 4 trustees who voted no yesterday. BF 25-101 requested approval to reallocate $14,500 from fiscal year 26 personnel and fringe budget to fund the December 19, 2025, tomorrow, OHA Staff Development Day and Holiday Gathering at Kualoa Ranch. The packet failed to demonstrate consultation with or approval from the Hawaii State Ethics Commission, despite proposing the use of OHA trust funds for what is characterized as a staff event that included a holiday gathering. As written, this action item raised serious concerns under the Hawaii State Ethics Code, specifically Hawaii Revised Statutes 84-13, fair treatment. This statute prohibits state officials and employees from using their positions to secure unwarranted privileges, advantages, or benefits for themselves or others. It also bars the use of state resources, including public funds, state time, and public assets for private or personal purposes. In plain terms, fair treatment requires impartiality, avoidance of conflict of interest, and the responsible use of public trust resources solely for public purposes, not for personal benefit or convenience. Further, reallocating personnel and fringe funds to pay for a holiday gathering constitute an improper use of OHA trust funds. If this were truly a staff development activity, it should have been planned well in advance and funded through an appropriate training or professional development budget with clearly defined objectives and accountability. The timing alone raised red flags. This request was brought before the Budget and Finance Committee 2 days before the event, and before this full board 1 day before the event. That last-minute process strongly suggests this was not a legitimate staff development initiative, but rather a rushed attempt to cover the costs of an excessive holiday gathering using trust funds. Real staff development requires thoughtful planning,
Thank you, Jermaine.
transparent budgeting, and strict compliance with ethics and trust obligations.
Thank you, Jermaine.
This action item met none of those standards.
Thank you, Jermaine.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Kia kopu. Next.
Our next speaker is Davis Price.
Davis is joining us. Online?
Yes, he's moving over now.
Okay, great. And then we have one more?
I'm going to see if he's still here. It was James, my old
James Maioho, okay. Hey, Davis. Oh, there he is. How's it, Davis?
Aloha, trustees, board.
Oh, hold on. Volume's a little bit low. Speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. Welcome.
Okay, aloha. Mahalo. It looks like you guys are on a marathon meeting today. So I was just listening in. I just want to, I missed the pig action item or the action item that speaks to where you folks discussed formation of the next pig regarding the military leases. And I wanted to chime in on that and express support for OHA's actions in continuing to do the due diligence and research and engagement that is necessary for our lahui to be best positioned as we enter and then continue to engage on this matter with the U.S. military and the state of Hawaii. That said, I also want to mahalo Trustee Kaele and the administrative staff that went out to Waianae last night. And I know you folks are planning more of these meetings. I think it's hard work. It's not easy to go out there in the community and kind of be vulnerable to discuss matters like this that are highly emotional for a lot of folks. But I think it's necessary. So I encourage you to stay the course and ramp it up, actually. And we're here to support those efforts as long as OHA stays in alignment. And I want to speak to that. I mahalo you folks too for, stepping into what transpired in the last few months with Governor Green putting forth a proposed friendly condemnation plan in trying to expedite these matters outside the bounds of Hawaii state law and federal law. And so your voice was critical, I think, in holding both entities, Governor Green and the U.S. Army Secretary, to account. So mahalo for that. And I think that it has given us some momentum and a foundation to build on. And, when I was part of the Hui, we first came to you folks to ask for you to stand with community, with the 39 organizations that signed on to a statement and presented that on September 2nd, calling for everyone to follow the law, all interested parties. And so I think for at least the time being, and this can change day to day, we are on the right track in terms of those entities being held to the letter of the law. And we still stand by that demand and that principle. The law must be followed. But I also think that as you folks enter this new PIG, and I think it's called a negotiation PIG, some may interpret that as OHA is now jumping into negotiating. But even if, whatever, I don't think there's negotiations from what I see happening at the moment, but we are definitely positioning. And I think that OHA, can really play a critical role in how the Native Hawaiian community positions this. And ultimately, I want to state that it will be a negotiation. While our starting point for many is no new leases, we don't want to see these leases extended. I think that it's important for us to look at what we do want. And what we do want is for our land to be cleaned up. We want the people of Hawaii to be made whole by the U.S. military. That means restitution for all of the harms incurred by the people of Hawaii, from the loss of use of kaho'olawe to the poisoning jet fuel in our aquifer, to the ongoing desecration and degradation of lands at Pōhakuloa and other sites around the island. We need these spaces to be cleaned up, and no new leases is just a start. And what we're really negotiating going forward is what our relationship, Native Hawaiian community, state of Hawaii, voters of Hawaii, what their relationship looks like with the U.S. military going forward. For too long, since their presence here, they have, been the master. Whatever they say goes. That has to change. And so we welcome OHA's efforts in elevating the voice of our lahui and appreciate what you're doing, and here to holomoa with you folks going forward, as long as we
Mahalo, Davis. Mahalo, Davis. Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Maioho?
There's no one else signed up.
Okay. We're moving on to announcements. Trustees, any announcements? Chair has a few, but any announcements, Trustee Akaka?
I just wanted to say mahalo to our trustees, our staff, and those regarding our Oʻahu Island community meetings and site visits. I want to mahalo those that helped host these site visits, as well as those that were in attendance in person and online. And I'm very thankful that we were able to have on December 9th a site visit to the Hawaii State Archives. That was incredible, where we were able to see some magnificent mea, notably including the penmanship hand drawn by Kamehameha Ekahi himself. that was quite remarkable to experience. And I want to mahalo Adam Jansen and his team for hosting us there, as well as ʻIolani Hale, the King Kamehameha V Judiciary History Center, where we were greeted there by the Executive Director, Matt Matisse, as well as the Curator of Collections and Programs, Brianna Govea, the Education Director, Tai Sama Masama, Ka'imi Na'au Etuati, as well as the Hawaiian Language Education Specialist, Mana'o Dela Cruz. And at our meeting that evening, speaking there was the president of the Friends of the Judiciary History Center of Hawaii, Kaino Deans. And on December 11th, 2025, I want to mahalo our OHA Land Department, including Lori, La'akea, and Kione, for the wonderful Pōhakuloa site visit that we had. It was amazing to be able to see the progress thus far of the stewardship of the Aina there, as well as see for ourselves the view of what used to be a prolific fish pond to provide for our Hawaiian community. And that evening, we had our Oʻahu Island community meeting at the Waimanalo Hawaiian Homestead Association. So I want to mahalo the Homestead Association for welcoming us that evening, and to all of those that testified, tuned in online, and came in person. Mahalo to all that made these meetings and site visits possible.
Thank you, Trustee Akaka. Trustees, any other announcements? Okay. Chair has announcements. Tomorrow is a big day for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, as we have two major events. The first being the all-staff mandatory development day and training day that begins promptly at noon. This will be held in the Nānākuli Suite 200. It will start, or please arrive for our staff no later than 11:45 in the morning. The program will start promptly at 12 noon. Your kokua is also welcome for today and tomorrow, as we set up for both events, the all-staff training day as well as the holiday gathering that will occur tomorrow night. So please adjust your work schedule and your transportation plans accordingly with your manager's approval. And so if you have your manager's approval to kokua with the setup and the decorations for tomorrow night, that is welcome. And so please contact either Royce in operations, Keishan, or Alina to kokua, and there's a lot of help that can be used by all. In terms of transportation and parking, we have a significant amount of our neighbor island staff that are coming in tomorrow for our training day. The transportation arrangements are as was planned. However, if you do need transportation needs, just please reach out to operations and Royce. As far as food, for tomorrow's staff training day, lunch will not be provided, but there will be light refreshments. And the reason for this last end of year training day is to hear the important latest updates in the employee's handbook. Congratulations to this organization that we have an employee handbook and it's board approved, and it has some really good updated policies in that. And congratulations to the team, especially Everett and operations and comms and many others that worked really hard on that. So there's going to be training on the employee handbook, especially the amendments that were added to the handbook since the last OHA stand-down day in October 2025. And OHA staff will sign the acknowledgement form that they have been briefed and that they have received the handbook and the updated policies here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. You'll also be receiving a full legislative package briefing for 2026 from the advocacy team. There will also be goal planning overviews for 2026, and each PIA will be working together within their PIA for goal planning for the 2026 calendar year and the FY27 fiscal year. And staff should refer to Keishan's latest emails with details about what that staff development and holiday gathering looks like, including the venue change from Kualoa to here at Nālama Kukui. The holiday gathering for tomorrow night will begin at 5:00 p.m. and we're looking forward to giving mahalo to our staff and their supportive ohana and our families and our children. I think we have almost 50 keiki that are coming. They're excited to meet and see Santa Claus, and so we're excited for that and to honor our employees, not only those that are retiring for their years of service, but also our service award recipients and our ʻAla quarterly and the outstanding employee and the outstanding supervisor of the year for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs will be announced tomorrow night as well. We're also looking forward to accepting donations. Last call for donations for 2 nonprofits that support men and women who are transitioning from incarceration. So mahalo to those who have already generously donated. You can still donate. One option is gift cards. The other option is housewares and soaps and hygiene things. So please, if you'd like to donate, and OHA will be delivering those to those nonprofits on Monday. Lastly, I'd like to remind everybody for the upcoming holiday break. The Board of Trustees approved the holiday break for 2025. And so effective noon, Wednesday, December 24th, Mele Kalikiwaka, and Holy Makahikiho, and have a great rest of the year, because the next time we'll see you is on January 5th, 2025, with the return of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs on that Monday. So staff should still ensure that there is proper coverage for critical operations and continued high quality service for our beneficiaries. But your OHA Board of Trustees and leadership team is wishing everyone a restful, memorable, and much deserved holiday break to come back to in 2026, refreshed, focused, and ready for all that's to come. And my understanding is because of the venue change, which there's some pretty good weather happening out there on the windward side, especially in Kualoa. And so sometimes things happen for a reason. But if you change your mind and the location now determines that you want to adjust your RSVP and attend, e komo mai kako. And we welcome you to attend, your families, your husbands, your wives, significant others, your children. Come on down to Nalama Kukui. We're going to have a great holiday celebration to celebrate this year and all the great things that we've done together. Any other announcements? No? Long day. That'll work. What a year. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Discussion? Chair Merida is recognized with a motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka. Aye. Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e. Oh, he left. Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 7 yes votes. We are adjourned.
Mahalo, everyone.